What is happening, you guys, and welcome to another episode of the Fins Tailgate. I'm your host, El Capitan, and tonight we have a little bit of breaking news, as everybody I'm sure has found out about now. We'll go into that. Couple of clips, a little bit of videos, training camp things, Dolphins dropped here and there, some photos, some articles, all kinds of tomfoolery here on the Fins Tailgate. But before we get going, everybody, make sure you're hitting that like button, coming back and checking out all the great content we have here on the show. Tomorrow night, Tonk 7, TMI Tuesdays, live at 9:30. Color commentary on there with them, right? And you guys can also catch color commentary on Thursdays. Everybody already know. Got something brewing for this Saturday. Can't wait for you guys to check it out. Be rolling out a new show on Saturday. Keep your guys, keep your eyes peeled for that. Also, Cash App, Venmo, the Fins Tailgate, El Capitan. Every other night of the week, you'll get me. Fanatics. We're also officially partnered with Fanatics. Link is in the description below. You can also help us out by supporting the show with some of our gear. Super Chat is live in action, and thanks for everybody getting in here. Make sure you're hitting that like button. Iceman's in here early. He says, yes, he's a nasty chip blocker, relentless to protect his QB. Yes, perfect fit to protect Tua. Justin in here, Ali Da, Color, California, Jimmy James up in this mug. What's good? We're going to get all into that. Real Steel, Q, my guy. What's up, Oos? Dylan in here. McGoda Valoa, Von Joe, what's going on? Mike C, California, CT, what's good? Marino's Goat, Bill up in this looking to trade Tua, as always. We know Bill. Aqua in this Go Time Dolphins, my guys, Kadeem and Charlie making an appearance. What's happening, boys? Everybody make sure to check out Go Time Dolphins. Go over there. Subscribe to their show. Watch their content. Let them know El Capitan sent you. TFTG family style. Make sure to get on it. Lance, what's good, my guy? Mean Manis, how goes it? Cap for life. All right. So, guys, everybody's hitting that like button, right? So make sure that you are. And for everybody who didn't catch it, we'll roll out the breaking news.
This is a TFTG breaking news report.
The Miami Dolphins have signed today Sony Michel, ex-Patriot, he was on the Rams last year. Sorry, guys, I'm blanking out here. He was their first-round draft pick in the 2018 draft for the New England Patriots. He was the 31st overall pick. Had a bit of a lackluster career with the Patriots. By their standards, he wasn't necessarily terrible. Actually, his rookie season wasn't too bad. He played in 13 games, ran the ball 209 times for a total of 931 yards, averaging 71.6 yards a game with a 4.5 average. He broke one for 34 yards, got 6 touchdowns. He fumbled the ball and lost it once, which we know how that goes. That's the kiss of death for the Patriots, which it should be for all running backs. Shouldn't be fumbling the ball. He followed it up the next year in 2019 with New England, played all 16 games, ran the ball for 247 times. 400 times. That'd have been nuts. But he only got 912 yards, average of 57 yards a game, only averaged 3.7 yards per carry. Did get 7 touchdowns, but he fumbled twice that year and lost one. So already his numbers started to dip. That's when they started bringing in a little bit more competition, and he kind of lost his starting job. In 2020, he only played in 9 games, ran 79 times, and he was injured in 2020 as well. For 449 yards, average of 50 yards a game. And these are all rushing yards too, guys. He has receiving yards. I'll go into that round and round again. He averaged 4.1 yards a carry in 5.7 yards a carry in 2020. Broke one for 48 yards, had 1 rushing touchdown, didn't fumble the ball at all. And then 2021, last year, he went to the Rams, where they used him more as a dual threat back. As you know, he probably had his best year last year with the Rams out of the system, and that's kind of why I think the Dolphins chose him, as they've been looking at running backs. And if you guys were paying attention, I think it was the Friday show, I had let you guys know a little bit that Raheem Mostert isn't looking so hot. And I had mentioned that, and now we're hearing all kinds of stuff. Mid-season, week 8, week 10 even for Raheem Mostert. Nothing's set in stone, but it's been kind of whispered about in the back office, you feel me? And with the signing of Sony Michel, kind of makes some sense, you know. Last year he played in all 17 games, ran 208 times for 845 yards, averaged of 49.7 yards a game, averaged 4.1 yards per rush, broke one for 39, had 4 rushing touchdowns, still fumbled the ball and lost the ball one time. But he also had 21 receptions on 33 targets for 128 yards for an average of 7.5 yards a carry, and he got a receiving touchdown too. So he was a pretty good dual threat. Even in his time in New England, they would use him every now and again out of the passing game. But for anybody who hasn't watched the Dolphins, you must have missed Sony Michel. He never had great games against us, but he never had his best games against the Dolphins. He's never popped or wowed. Last year, out of this system that he's going to pretty much come into this year from the Rams, I saw Sony Michel kind of pop a couple of times in the playoffs too. He looks pretty good. So, I mean, listen, I like it. I like the competition. It doesn't bode well for guys like Salvon Ahmed and Myles Gaskin. Now it just seems like, with the additions they've put on the roster and, just Raheem Mostert and Chase Edmonds and even Alec Ingold, all these guys are going to get touches out of the backfield. It's going to be now Sony Michel on this team. They're gonna have to fight over those final few spots, which is good. Competition's good. Everyone needs to be pushed. No man should feel safe in some ways. This is the NFL. I got an article here from the Sun Sentinel. David Fornes has this article on Sony Michel. Popped it up quick too. The Miami Dolphins are bringing in South Florida product back home and adding another tailback to the crowded running back room. Dolphins are signing ex-New England Patriots running back Sony Michel, and former Broward County High School football standout from American Heritage. Shout out American Heritage. According to multiple reports in NFL Network, Sony Michel has collected 3,137 rushing yards and 18 touchdowns, and he has 2 more receiving touchdowns in 4 NFL seasons. He was drafted in the late first round out of Georgia in 2018, pick 31. He spent his first 3 seasons with the Patriots, the Dolphins AFC East rival, and he spent last season with the Rams. He has won 2 Super Bowls between his prior stops as a rookie on the 2018 Patriots, where he scored 6 touchdowns during the team's run, and then last year with the Rams. Shit, I didn't know that. I didn't even think about that he's won 2 Super Bowls. He's 5'11", 215 pounds. Michel can present Miami with an in-between tacklers runner in a crowded backfield with mostly has quick, elusive running backs. The Dolphins had added Chase Edmonds and Raheem Mostert in free agency and have Myles Gaskin and Sylvan Ahmed returning from last year's roster. Michel started his NFL career with back-to-back 900-yard rushing seasons for New England in 2018 and 2019. Although Michel averaged a career high 5.7 yards per carry in 200, he missed about half the season between the quadriceps injury and stints on COVID list. During his time in New England, Michel shared the backfield with another Broward County football star standout, James White from St. Thomas Aquinas. The Patriots traded Michel to the Rams in 2021 preseason. Michel bounced back with the Rams last season, rushing for 845 yards and 4 touchdowns. He also has 47 receptions with 386 receiving yards in his career. Michel first became a household name in South Florida when he burst out on the local high school scene as a standout 8th grader from American Heritage. He and Buffalo Bills wide receiver Isaiah McKenzie performed a dynamic duo that lifted the school into the first state championship since 2013. A 5-star recruit out of high school, Michel played his college football at Georgia, where he was along McKenzie. There, they split the backfield reps with Cleveland Browns running back Nick Chubb getting drafted by New England in 31st in 2018 draft. So, it's a little booyah drop in on the kid. You know, it's a sweet little pickup. I like it. Ali, is that the deal? I'm signing 1 year, $2.1 million. I was going to be looking for that. I didn't get a chance to find it. That sounds about right. You know, around veterans minimum. You know, that's good. What's happening, Ronald? EM Baller, what's good, my guy? Mr. Miami 305, Cliff in here. What's up? Fins up 74. All right, cool, Ali. I'm glad you got that, bud. Appreciate it. AB, what's up, buddy? Where you been? Sylvan but Gaskin always seems to answer the call. Like every time I turn around, they're trying him, and next thing you know, he's on the roster. So we'll see. Clement, what's good? Yo, Squid Games, where you been at, my guy? What's happening? Hit the like button, everybody. Hello, everybody. Man. So, what do y'all think? You know, what do you guys think of the Sony Michel? You guys like it? You feeling it? I mean, to me, from what I'm hearing about Mostert, está no bueno. I think the Dolphins are feeling. I think they got bad news in the last couple of weeks about where Mosert's healing was going to be projected. So, Jim Looney, what's up, Jim? Watching on Facebook. Jim, can watch on Facebook. Enjoy the show. Awesome. I'm glad you're enjoying it. But on Twitter, Facebook, and Twitch, I always try to get everyone to come over to YouTube to subscribe and like on YouTube, because that's where the big conversation's happening. You can stay on Facebook if you want, but we'd like for you to come over to YouTube, Jim, if you could. And hit the like button, everybody. Three-headed monster. Tua's going to run right into him. Bill just shots, bro. Sounds good to me, especially he plays against. Yeah, you know what, California? I would take a shot that, feed that man the rock when we're going against him. And yeah, Ali. But is that any different than how the Dolphins have always operated with running backs? Not a very valued position. We don't really draft them very high. It's always undrafted free agents or a guy that everyone's like, yeah, we should probably sign that guy and keep him. We then let him walk off the team, let him sign somewhere else. That's just how they go, I guess. I don't know. They don't like, we're running back biased. They're running backists. Running backists. The Dolphins. Just not feeling the running back. So I know, since Ronnie and Ricky, man, they were like, you know what? We'll never get a better duo than that. So let's just not even try. So, which I find stupid. I think we all like a good old smash mouth football every now and again, especially when you're just taking it to the asses too. Something to, got love for that. But yeah, that's pretty awesome. I'm glad we got Sony Michel. Seems like everybody is game for having Sony Michel. AB, I know what you're saying about keep bringing guys into the O-line. Because, how they do they're just keep bringing in wide receivers, keep bringing in running backs, keep bringing in weapons. I think they just feel like there's so much capital spent in draft picks and guys they've brought in. I think they're betting on themselves to coach these guys up. So our coach knows Mozart's stat hurts. That's all. What's up, Shake? Yeah. Hit that like button, everybody. All right. So I don't know if anybody's seen the videos coming out of the Dolphins on social media and stuff. They do it all the time. Almost every day or every other day, they'll drop some quick little just 10-second videos here and there of people doing stuff at practice and stuff like that. I got them all loaded up. I'm going to show them as quick as I can, one after another, to just make it as easy, digestible material as I can without having it all chopped up, even though it will be. But let me go ahead and share this first one. Then I've got some other videos, all kinds of bullshit. We'll get into it, guys. Don't worry. Boom. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, look, it's just to us going and saying hi to. I mean, dang, that is the shortest clip ever. But boys out there doing work, mixing it up with his wide receivers. Let's see. Let's get the next video up. I'm telling you, there's such small videos, guys. I'm going to try to make it quick. Javon Holland. Doing hand drills. That muscle memory, putting it to work. Let's see. Mike Gesicki, slowest route runner of forever, but he looking big, though. I'll give him that. He looking big. And this is the drill he needs to practice too, because he takes those big long strides, not able to change direction. He starts off in one direction, he can take 2 steps and be there. He learns how to chop his feet because he is fast. But I don't think anyone would disagree with me. Mike Gesicki looked like he's putting on some weight this year. So hopefully he starts using that size and starts putting it on some people. I mean, he's got to. This is his money year, y'all. You know, you gotta get it how you live. You know, it's the only time to get that bread. You better get it, kid. And I hope he does. I hope everybody gets their money. Even if it means sometimes they gotta, you know, not be on my team. Unless they're going on a rival team, then I got problems with it. Yeah, just a bunch of dudes stretching. Check out the panoramic, though, right? With the practice facility, and then over and beyond is the stadium. Boom. For anyone who hasn't seen the stadium live and in action, I know we got tons of fans that watch all over. Shout out everybody that watches the show in all different countries. If there's ever a destination for the fam, you bring your butts to Miami and catch a Dolphins game at that stadium. They do it first class, man. It really is a great time. Let's see. Oh, I found this from PFF that since 2019, Tyreek Hill has more 20-yard throws, 20-yard receiving. Okay, most receiving touchdowns on 20-plus yards since 2017. Tyreek Hill has 29. In second place is Mike Evans with 20 and Tyler Lockett in third with 19. So he not only is he first, he's first by double what the guy in second's got almost. You know what I'm saying? Something to think about when we go, ooh, man, maybe, you know, for people who think that the Dolphins overpaid for Tyreek Hill, which I haven't heard a lot of. You know, usually you hear, oh, man, you broke the bank for a wide receiver. Everyone's like, well, it's Tyreek Hill. You know, he probably cost about that money. And you're like, yeah, good for you, Tyreek Hill. You know, hands clapping and shit. They're like, yeah, you know what? Dolphins, good for you, too. Get what you buy for, as they say. On that kind of note, too, I have an article that I'll get back to in a little bit where it's kind of something that Peter King was talking about, that the shift can be happening where wide receivers becoming valued more like running backs because they've kind of hit their apex on expense. So where they're kind of pointing out what the Marquise Brown kind of thing happened in the AJ Brown, where teams unloaded answers because of the money and the expense it is going to have a wide receiver, and they're going to draft young to fill that role. It's just the dance all teams are having to play now that wide receivers are $25 million a year and up. So you can't pay a you can't pay a quarterback and a wide receiver in a lot of these instances. So you see big money wide receivers going to younger teams or trying to at times. And it's just it's a dicey game they play with that. But I have this article. We'll read it in a second. There was something else I was going to show you guys first, though. Oh, here it is. So they talked about on Good Morning Football about the Dolphins and the Bills and the AFC East and where we sit and the uphill battle that it's going to happen. And yeah, it's going to be crazy this year because the Bills seem to get better in their back end. And the guy that the Giants just let go of today, I can't remember his name. They cut him. If you guys know in chat, let me know. Bills are probably going to end up picking up that corner. So something to look out. The Bills seem to be taking care of parts on their defense to deal with the way the Dolphins have gotten better and, you know, zigging when we zag kind of thing. And yeah, Woo back. What's happening, bro? Yeah, liking the Sony Michel too. It's going to be a hefty running back room, to say the least. Bradbury, thank you, Aqua. Yes, Bradbury, Aqua, Scummy, everybody. Yeah, he's I don't be surprised he ends up on the Bills, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm gonna play this Good Morning Football clip. But before I do, I something that I found to be crazy. So, we had this discussion right around the time when we were signing Tyreek Hill, and a lot of people were like, oh, he chose the Dolphins over the Jets, and 1,000,000%. I believe he chose them. But then they were like, oh, I don't want to hear. It was even when Debo was being talked about coming to the Dolphins, and people were like, oh, no, it has nothing to do with money. It only has to do with Debo doesn't want to be in San Francisco. Now, I believe that to be so, but it can't not be about money at all. And I'll give you a perfect for instance. So Sauce Gardner, who went, I think it was 4th overall to the Jets, posted what his contract details were pretty much. Now, he's a first-round draft pick by the New York Jets, signed a $33.45 million contract. Right off rip, taxes, he's only getting 17.3. And guess what? He's got to live in New York area. So by the time he's done with his rookie contract, he's going to be broke. He's going to be broke. Something to think about. Crazy, ridiculous, but I don't want to hear that Tyreek didn't choose because of money, because the Jets have to factor in how much more money they really need to put to beat a team out. Now, granted, Scummy, thanks, Obama. Granted, there's a whole other thing that comes with certain markets, especially for New York. Everybody knows that if you're in a New York market and you do well, you can be king of New York, like straight up. The perks are unlimited, and the kickbacks are things we can only dream about here on the TFTG. So, but just something I found really weird. I mean, half the kid's money is gone in the blink of a friggin' eye. He's getting basically second rounder money, top tier second rounder or low first round money when he was picked in the top 5. Best in his damn position. It's weird to think, So something to remember when people are like, oh, the Jets are whiffing. And I'm not, Jets are whiffing because the Jets suck. Let's be real. But being there with their hard to navigate tax situation, that's part of the Jets sucking, ain't it? That's part of your shit, Jets. That's why you suck right there. Sorry, but I'm not sorry. All right, where was I? Oh, yeah. So let's watch this Good Morning Football clip about how the Dolphins finna take the division over by storm. Don't you guys know we're signing guys like Sony Michel, and he might not even make the football team. 2-time Super Bowl champion, ex-first-round draft pick, might not even make the Dolphins. That's how deep this team is becoming. Let's go ahead and watch this. Hit the like button, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages.
They did some.
That ain't no lie. Heads fitting a roll, guys, with the money thrown around here. And what's up, Batman? Yeah, I'm gonna drop the link here in a little bit, bud. I'll drop it. What's going on? Heads will roll if the Dolphins don't find a way to be competitive with the Bills, beat the Bills, win the AFC East, get in the playoffs, make some noise, something. Gotta do more. There's too much money thrown around. And I think the way everything's currently constructed with the weapons on offense, on defense, and I've said this before, we're going to see where the problem is. If it's Tua, everybody going to know. If it's the defensive play calling, everybody going to know. If it's running back, we'll know who and why. If it's offensive line and there's injuries And guess what? Dolphins still have money squirreled away. We still got, $20 million even after signing Sony Michel. So maybe a little less, but they could make some in-play, in-season, before-season adjustments. Shout out Ali. He tends to believe there's going to be another signing, and him and I agree with him. And I'm thinking pass rusher is somebody that got their eye, the apple of their eye, a little somebody I heard through the grapevine that might be coming back around here. We will see. Bill Belichick. You're still going to make the playoffs, though. Who? Me? Yeah, no, totally. I'm making playoffs. I'm going to be there in a purple jacket, dog. What you mean? Coming for that ass. Booyah. All right. Where was it? Hey, did you guys hear about that accident that Jerry Jones got into the other day? I guess some Uber driver or some Uber Eats dude was busting a Yui from the far lane or turning through an intersection. He passed his turn and came from the far lane and went in. It's kind of raining. This is Dallas area. And Jerry Jones T-boned him. And, in the beginning, everyone's like, oh, it's an accident. Jerry Jones is going to sue the guy. Now the guy that Jerry Jones ran into is suing him when he's obviously at fault. But the way America and legal systems, and I don't know how it works as far as traffic goes over there, chances are the rich guy going to lose some money in some way. So we shall see how that runs. But Jerry Jones banged up. I hope he's all right. I heard that he was okay. But I'm going to parlay that point that I seen on Pat McAfee's show. Something I found to be very, very funny. You seen the video, Bill, with the thing? Yeah, I mean, the Jerry Jones was not at fault. Am I right? He was definitely not at fault. He was just driving and just ran into the guy. Guy was totally at fault. Now he's suing Jerry Jones. But you know what? Jerry Jones could lose a little bit of money. He could throw the guy $50,000 or something, and bygones be bygones. But I part because Jerry Jones with Dan Snyder were talking, according to this person, they were talking to Papa John's CEO, Papa John. And he was on a podcast saying that Jerry Jones and Dan Snyder, owner of Pepsi or CEO of Pepsi, basically want to get Roger Goodell fired. And this is like a month ago on a podcast. They were like, yeah, we want to get Roger Goodell the hell out of there. And they kind of partitioned, what's his name, Papa John, to use some of his clout. The fact that he gives the NFL hundreds of millions of dollars for whatchamacallit, commercials and stuff, try to use that clout to get Roger Goodell fired. Another chink in the armor of Roger Goodell going to be hung out as the man hung out to dry here in the next few years, no matter how it slices, as the NFL becomes international and betting and they get this rubber stamp of legality. Mark my words, Dolphins fans, Jets and Bills fans who are in here, and the Patriots fan that's lurking in the dark. Mark my words that when betting becomes federally legal and NFL becomes a more stapled international product with teams moving or sprouting up and things like that, they're going to hang Roger Goodell out to dry as the person at fault for whatever type of slap on the wrist or whatever optic they are selling us at the time by firing, I don't know, refs or owners or players, whatever, to make it appear that betting on the NFL is 100% legitimate, that you can put your money on the NFL and everything that happens on that field is legal. So, but here's this video from the Pat McAfee show where they were talking cash money shit about Roger Goodell, I guess.
Wondering how the fuck this happened without us hearing about it. I guess this was like a month ago on Fearless with Jason Whitlock. Papa John Schnatter, former owner of Papa John's, was the guest, and he was spilling the beans. Snyder and Jones hate Goodell, he says. I said, no, this is not my job to fire your commissioner. Okay, he works for you guys. Remember, Jason Whitlock, Goodell is a coward, and he's incompetent. Think about him just casually saying this. This guy used to write a check to the NFL for hundreds of millions of dollars every single year to be every single commercial. Now he's on a podcast with Jason.
I mean, and he makes this point too. Like, I don't know how much Papa John's got in on this, or he was just being hyperbolic in some ways, but not really. It says, quoted from the podcast, Snyder and Jones hate Goodell. Schnadler says that's Papa John's last name. I said, no, this is not my job to fire your commissioner. He works for you. Remember, Goodell is a coward and he is incompetent. And he is lucky Jerry Jones, the owner of the Cowboys, and Indira Nooyi, former CEO of Pepsi, and Dan Snyder all called me, several other folks, about Goodell's conduct and the way he's handling this. Jones and Dan Snyder wanted Goodell fired. This is like the 1st of November and October. They called. I mean, this is recent. Like, insane. I guess, you know what, though? I can imagine a lot of these owners are constantly calling and crying like little babies.
Whitlock Fearless with Jason Whitlock, and just fucking what? He's tired. We know that. He's just lucky. Remember Jerry Jones? You know that who that is, Jason? The owner of the Cowboys. He follows up. Indra Nooyi, okay, from Pepsi, former CEO of Pepsi, and Dan Snyder. They all called me. One call, conference call. How you doing? Put him in a big room. I got a big house in Kentucky. I got a lot of money. Several other folks about Goodell's conduct and the way he was handling this. Jones and Dan Snyder wanted Goodell fired. This is like the 1st of November, and I'm wondering how the fuck this happened without.
I mean, just weird, right? Like that now it's just, it came and went, didn't even get reported on, about owners actively wanting the commissioner to get fired, where someone talks about it on a radio show and it wasn't reported on. Kind of odd. I can't believe it wasn't really reported on, but maybe it'll start to surface, you know, that between Jerry Jones getting into a wreck and Dallas Cowboys having some legal issues of their own right now with a sexual harassment and something else lawsuit going on. They got their hands full. It's an ugly day in the neighborhood. But yeah, guys, insane in the membrane. I had some other stuff I wanted to go over. A breakdown article from Barry Jackson of what the Dolphins are getting in their young new quarterback. Hold on a sec. I'm messing up here good, guys. All right, here we go. Let me see if I can get this. I fucked it up good. There we go. All right. So this is an article by Barry Jackson, everybody. Before former Kansas State quarterback Skylar Thompson takes his first snap of the Miami Dolphins rookie minicamp on Friday. Shout out to the rookies getting ready to happen on Friday. Can't wait for some minicamp talk to come out. Gonna be all kinds of good subjects to talk about. Got some good shows planned for you later on this week too. Wednesday, the Fins Tailgate. Danny's coming from TPP interview show. Make sure you guys are here. Gonna be a great show. And then also on the weekend, I've got Doug Smith from The Touchdown, another YouTube creator coming in. And I got another person I'm working on, trying to figure out a day where we can squeeze in there. And then sometime in the coming future, we're going to figure out a way to put together a nice, I don't know, guys, you know, El Capitan going to make it interesting. I'm going to try to find some fun stuff, bring some new people in, maybe put some panel shows together. Maybe I'll do a game show. Maybe we'll do digital beer pong or something. Ooh, let me figure out how to make that happen. But let's get on it. I feel like first and foremost, gamer, said new rookie Dolphins quarterback Skylar Thompson. Just being able to make plays off schedule, on time, with my legs, with my arm. I feel like that's a summary of who I am as a player. I'm a guy who wants the ball in his hands when the team needs a big play. And whether if it's fourth down or going for it in the end zone, red zone, whatever the case may be, I want the ball in my hand in those situations. And on top of that, being a servant leader, which I liked that kind of thing, a servant leader. Pretty cool saying. I feel like I make those around me better. I'm going to serve my teammates at all times and put my team before myself. And unfortunately, ultimately that's what leads to success. Thompson, he completed 62.4% of his passes in college, throwing for 7,134 yards with 42 touchdowns and 16 interceptions. He also rushed for 26 touchdowns, giving him a grand total of 68 touchdowns. He averaged 3.1 yards per carry on 355 rushing attempts in his career. Although his rushing numbers were down last year from 48 attempts for 4 yards with sacks included. So he did have a little bit of a down season, wanting to throw the ball last season. He threw 12 touchdowns and 4 interceptions and completed 69.5% of his passes. Among the areas where he would seek help from Coach Mike McDaniel and other quarterback coach Darren Bevel in the weeks ahead, he had this to say: I feel like I have good feet, but there's always room for improvement, and just being more consistent with my feet and really tightening up my stride on some throws. And then just my posture. Sometimes I stand a little too tall a bit on my throws. It causes the ball to sail. I definitely don't feel under any pressure as far as me being older, being that he's a 25-year-old rookie, which is something I didn't even think about. That my career has accelerated quicker. He said, my age is a benefit to me. I've played a lot of football games, and every type of adversity you could think of that a quarterback could experience, I've experienced it. I've fought through and I've overcome. I'm still standing strong. That's the biggest asset for me. I've been a 4-year team captain, and there's plenty of tools in my toolbox. Let's see. Thompson becomes the 9th quarterback drafted by the Dolphins in the past 30 years since 1993. The only the second one picked in the 7th round. The last one, you guys remember Brandon Doughty. Remember during the Adam Gase thing, we were all like, ooh, Brandon Doughty, maybe they can make something happen with him. I remember that cat. In the 2016 draft, Dolphins must allocate only $3.3 million on their rookie class and a bit more on practice squad. We'll probably spend about $4 million on our rookies this year, which is insane considering we've spent more than that on one draft pick like the past couple of drafts, if you think about it. They're entering the week with $19.9 million in cap space. This is before the Sony Michel signing. During the middle of the network's coverage, ESPN Louis Riddick struck back at any suggestion that Tua Tagovailoa can't throw an effective deep ball. This is what Louis Riddick from ESPN had to say. In college, Tua was the best deep ball thrower in the NCAA when he was there, Riddick said. People are saying he can't throw the ball downfield. Pull out his Alabama tape. He threw the ball just fine there. Now he needs to do it because there ain't going to be any more excuses for him. Riddick said of the Dolphins can't rely on Tua Tagovailoa just throwing simply short routes and intermediate throws. Tua can deliver it to the fastest wide receiver in the group, Riddick said. You want them zooming down the field between Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle. You don't want to throw to those guys a bunch of rocket seams and tunnel screens. You want them zooming down the field. Todd McShay from ESPN said the Dolphins have set themselves up perfectly this offseason, giving Tua a fair shot that he deserves. But if he doesn't step up, it's obviously time to move on. And I think he will, meaning Todd McShay thinks he will. I'm a big Tua believer, he says. Riddick agreed. Now the offensive line has been bolstered. They've addressed the areas they need to with Teron Armstead, Connor Williams. Riddick said, anytime you saw Miami play, you were saying, what is this? What is happening here? There's nothing but pressure all the time in the quarterback's face. One particular about Mike McDaniel hire, for better or for worse, it's none of the 8 other teams' coaching openings interviewed Mike McDaniel. That's something people speculate on. Mike McDaniel didn't get any other coaching looks or a little bit of, hey, Mike McDaniel, you want to be my coach? No, that didn't happen. He only got talked to by the Dolphins, and the Dolphins hired him. I asked an official involved with one of the coaching searches why this was the case about Mike McDaniel. He wasn't a play caller, that official said. Not that he can't call plays, but he hasn't done it for a season. It doesn't register with us to bring him in. I didn't see anything that we thought would be special. We wanted an offensive-minded coach who had play calling experience. That team hired someone who fit that criteria. The Dolphins saw special qualities in McDaniel, who had made a strong early impression on players, but facts still remain that according to this one official, and I quote, he wasn't a play caller. Not that he can't call plays, but he hasn't done it for a season. It didn't register with us to bring him in. I didn't see anything that we thought would be special. We wanted an offensive-minded head coach with play calling experience. That kind of rounds back up to what we were just watching with the Good Morning Football people, where I was kind of laying it on thick on Peter Schrager, where, oh, you used to love him. It's true, guys. Dolphin fans, I tried to tell you guys this when we were watching all this stuff and we were hiring Mike McDaniel and everyone was jacked up like we just hired the next, coming of God, which, don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to take Mike McDaniel down a peg. I'm just trying to have an honest conversation with us Dolphin fans. That when you're showing Mike McDaniel up in the booth and they run a play and it works, and then they show the screen of him and he's like, yeah, like he called the play, like he just did the play and stuff. Not that he didn't call the play, not that it isn't a play he didn't design, but that's not what's being reported. He didn't call all these plays. So again, I know San Francisco protected him. They didn't want to lose him. There's lots of players that loved him. I love that he's my coach. I'm just trying to be real that there might be some growing pains from Mike McDaniel. Definitely situational football. Something to consider, that timeouts, right plays, right time. We might see him trip up a bit. Hard part is that he's not gonna have any room for error. Good news is he surrounded himself with some very good coaches, and Embry and Darren Bevel. I mean, he's got some good coaches to back him up and help make a good game plan. So I don't know. Hopefully it does all right. So last thing I'll go over before I drop the link for all the peeps to jump on here. And everybody watching, make sure you're hitting that like button, everyone. Help brother out. Make sure that you guys are going to Fanatics and supporting the show. Make sure you guys are hitting the link in the description for Fanatics and supporting the show. Make sure you guys are getting the TFTG gear and supporting the show. And make sure you guys are catching all the content, supporting through the super chat. We're going to be doing some new stuff, some members stuff coming up here soon. I expect to see a lot of you guys getting some memberships to the TFTG. Probably going to work out a Patreon in the future of some exclusive Patreon content. one of these days. We're going to flesh it out during the off season. So when we come full fledged in the regular season, we'll be rocking and fucking rolling, guys. Some great videos, some new content. As you guys see, we did the Dolphins every interception last year. We got some other ones coming out tomorrow morning. HB is going to drop another video for you guys. Just something to keep it moving. There's a lot of dead space and air that's going to happen, and we're going to make sure to keep you guys happy and having a good time. Every bit of information creeping up every, everything we can do to just bring something. Also, on Saturday, guys, Color and Ali are going to be doing a show. Shout out to Color. Shout out to Ali. They got a whole new format we're going to be fleshing out on Saturday, giving it a shot. Tell me what you guys think come then. We'll talk about it all week. I'll be there producing in the back. Can't wait to check it out. Just some more TFTG content coming for you guys. So, and thank you, Q, in here holding it down. My oos. Hit that like button, subscribe, have a good show. Let's have a good show. Oos, you know what's good, Q. Holding it down. Make sure they keep in line. Everybody being nice people, We like to have some fun, and we like to get, a little crazy, but don't go after everyone in each other's throat. Most, my guy, bro. I always try to check out Most and say what's good. Miss Fins, everybody say hi, Miss Fins. Check out Miss Fins' show. Holler at you, Miss Fins. So, Dolphins position by position breakdown on the defensive side of the ball. We did the offense the other day and a little bit of things. But this I want to go through what are starters, what are likely backups, but are also some bubble guys where, maybe we might see a surprise cut or someone gets injured. God forbid, like Zach Sealer goes down. God forbid, but how would that shake things up? It would bring up somebody like, Adam Butler or Jenkins into the starting rotation. Dolphins might go get Akeem Hicks right now. We could see some movement as it happens. So let's start with the defensive line for that matter. Defensive line on the team starting Emmanuel Ogbah, Christian Wilkins, Raekwon Davis, Zach Sealer. Likely to be on the team, Adam Butler, who has $3.4 million in salary that is non-guaranteed and whose 4.1 cap hit entirely disappears if he's cut. So that could be a reality for Adam Butler, but he played I think like 67%, 70% of snaps last year. Maybe they figure out a way to re-sign him and keep him on the team and flesh out some of that money, or maybe they cut him and can add a little bit of sprinkle on top a little bit more and get Akeem Hicks. He's a helpful rotation player, and the fact that Dolphins didn't cut him and don't need the cap space suggests that he may still be on the team. But on the bubble is John Jenkins, the veteran defensive tackle whose $1.1 million salary isn't guaranteed. He had 16 tackles in 7 games in 2021 and in 2 starts while logging 176 defensive snaps. Uphill climb of guys trying to make the team go as following. There's 4 undrafted free agent rookies right now. Somebody who I'm pulling for big time is UM's DeAndre Johnson. He was supposed to have a breakout year, but with the University of Miami having a coaching change and shit in the bed and the whole ordeal, DeAndre Johnson didn't have that breakout year like he hoped. He went undrafted, found his way on the Dolphins. I'm hoping, if not for nothing, whether he makes the team or not, we find a way to stash this kid on the practice squad and try to develop him, because I remember this past season, they were projecting him to do good things potentially, and he didn't. Another kid the Dolphins have is Ben Still from Nebraska, Illinois' Andre Carney, and Virginia Tech's Jordan Williams, plus third-year defensive tackle Benito Jones and veteran Deshaun Hall. All bubble guys, probably practice squad guys. Benito Jones, to me, is somebody the Dolphins have again kept around. He's the guy from Brazil. He's got heart, though. Every time I've seen him in practice or in drills, he doesn't necessarily – well, he was very, very raw. Now he's mean. He's just vicious. He wants to play. I want to say he's like 28 years old right now, too. I hope by some miracle with new coaching staff, new things, they turn around and Benito Jones finds his way taking Jenkins' job, and he becomes a household name for Brazilians everywhere to have one of their own represented in the NFL. With the Dolphins being all invested in Brazil, everything makes sense in this whole thing. Jones played 48 defensive snaps for Miami as a rookie in 2020, but spent all of last season on the practice squad. Johnson, who attended Miami Southridge High, had 26 tackles, including 8.5 tackles for a loss and 4 sacks in his one season at Miami after producing 10 sacks in 4 years at Tennessee. Still and Carney, Miami Central, both had 14 career sacks in the Big Ten schools. Williams played as a part-time starter for Virginia Tech. Realistically, they're competing for 2 and 3 practice squad jobs, though it's possible one could crack the 53-man roster with an impressive camp and preseason. Top 5, Agba, Wilkins, Davis, Sealer, and Butler are all in place pretty much, barring Butler doesn't get cut off the team. A 6th spot could be filled by one of the aforementioned veterans or free agent players, but also, like agent Drew Rosinghouse did point out, that the Dolphins have taken interest in some of his players, which is Carlos Dunlap and Akeem Hicks. No reason to me would I have the 5th or 6th man being Butler or Jenkins or insert younger rookie guy here, unless the money don't make sense because it's too much. I would much rather have Carlos Dunlap or Akeem Hicks, preferably Akeem Hicks, to put in rotation because the Dolphins ain't messing around this year. I don't want to play around. And overkill is underrated, ladies and gentlemen. And that goes with not only my football team, but the way I run my business, the way I run everything. Even if it takes you a little bit longer, at least it's done right. So get yourself, even if it costs you a little bit more, at least it lasts. At least it's a good product. Go get Akeem Hicks. Go get Carlos Dunlap. Take one of the bottom 5 or 6 DTs that you're thinking about and let those guys go. And let's put results on the field. Next unit is the linebacker unit. Who is on the team? Jerome Baker, Jalen Phillips, Andrew Van Ginkel, Landon Roberts, and definitely Channing Tindall is going to make the team, guys. I got to be honest. From the other linebackers that are on the team, they're not going to let – Channing Tindall's a 3rd-round draft pick. They're not going to let him sit on the practice squad. He can get scooped up. Guys that will be probably put on there is Duke Riley, Brendan Scarlett. They are, the risk for Scarlett would be that Miami signs a veteran edge player who can play outside linebacker. Hint, hint, Melvin Ingram. So we might see Brendan Scarlett not on this team because of something like that. I like Duke Riley, honestly, but I don't think teams are clamoring for Duke Riley. So if he finds himself not on the roster because they want to put on Cameron Good, which would be amazing. If Cameron Good somehow figures out a way to beat out Brendan Scarlett or Duke Riley on this team, that will bode well for him. But the other guys that are bubbling, I don't know how the fuck they're on this team. And sorry for swearing. I try not to swear as much, but that's why I do the show after 10 o'clock because I can't keep my mouth clean. Sorry, everybody. But how the fuck is Munson still on this team? I only remember seeing him when I'm like, there's Munson it up the play. You guys know from God damn, the Kingpin, when you would Munson up the play, like, don't get Munson. Calvin Munson was always out of position. Special teams guy, leader on the special teams, great. McGuavin getting injured here and there. Duh. But, man, we can't. I don't want to see Calvin Munson on my defense taking snaps. put Cameron Good out there. I'd rather see him struggle as a rookie than Calvin Munson just not be able to get the damn job done because he's just too underwhelming as a player. The Dolphins love Good's upside as a pass rusher, but as a 7th rounder, they will need him to impress at least somewhat in August to avoid the move to the practice. The drafting of Tyndall puts Iguavin at risk more than anyone. With both players being skilled pass rushers, Munson's chance of sticking around also hit the floor as once they drafted Tyndall. Exactly what I'm saying. The long shot of this unit is Darius Hodge, an undrafted former Marshall player who played 6 snaps in 4 games as a rookie for the Bengals. Keep an eye on Darius Hodge. I'm always pulling for the dark horse, a guy that just don't leave his room in his playbook. He only is at the gym, building his body, doing it right, and maybe he finds a way to become a pro athlete as in Darius Hodge. I always pull for guys like that, but unlikely. The question in camp will be whether Tyndall shows enough to surpass Riley as the team's 3rd linebacker inside early in the season. Landon Roberts, with his experience and skill, might against the run figures to be the probable starter with Baker, but hopefully as time moves on, Tyndall can take those snaps and move in. We all know Tyndall has speed and agility, and he can rush the quarterback. Also, play somewhat in the pass. He is more of a liability in the pass, but he's reliable enough yet. He'll probably play next to Riley in a package set. That's probably how they'll do it. They'll rotate the guys in, maybe find package to put him in. But holla at your boy. Next group on defense, the defensive backs. Everybody already knows who these guys are on the team starting out, guaranteed. Xavier Howard, Byron Jones, Javon Holland, Brandon Jones, and Nick Needham. Understand this, ladies and gentlemen. Nick Needham is a top 5 DB on your team right now with the 2nd-round tender, the money they've given him, and albeit how that man has put out. He's gotten 2 interceptions, I think, every year. I know he's got an interception every year he's played since being an undrafted player. Every time they put more on this man's plate, he's gobbled it up and said, give me more, I still hungry. So Nick Needham going to get snaps. He's going to be in the top 5 DBs. Guys who are, I don't want to say they're on the bubble. I'll say guys probably going to stick around. Eric Rowe, Clayton Fedulum, Noah Igbenogany, and Keon Crossan. We signed Keon Crossan. He's a special teams ace. Can also do some safety work in the DB unit. He has played a little bit of safety and some nickel corner. Noah Igbenogany is a 1st-round draft pick. They're not going to let him end up on a practice squad to get poached or anything like that. They can't. We need to find out what we got in Noah this year, guys. We got to. Eric Rowe is somebody I'll be keeping my eye on because, as it says right here, Rowe's non-guaranteed $2.5 million salary is reasonable, but his cap hit drops from $5.1 million to $525,000 if he gets cut. The fact he survived to May and the fact that the Dolphins haven't added a veteran 3rd safety suggests that he's probably going to stay on the team. And I know it was a little bit of a down year for Rowe. I remember early in the year he was banged up. But Eric Rowe, he's a good DB to have on the team. I don't know. Until I see somebody better, I would love for Noah Igbenogany to take Eric Rowe's position and we can get rid of Eric Rowe. That would be ideal. But until then, I need Eric Rowe to show Noah how to guard tight ends and do his best. Fedulum reworked his contract, lowering his salary from $2.5 million to $1.7 million, of which $1 million is guaranteed. His cap hit went from $2.8 million to $2 million if he's cut. So he's likely to stay on the team after logging 86% of Dolphins snaps on special team last season. He played just 15 and 16 snaps. This Clayton Fledgling, how the hell is this guy still on this team? It blows my mind. Clayton Fedulum must be the best locker room guy of all time out of everybody. Everyone on the football team must love this guy, because I didn't understand how he was on the team last year and taking snaps, because all I see is him getting burned. But apparently they love him. And I know he's had some special team plays and stuff like that, but I don't know. Noah Igbenogany needs to perform at some point, but his first-round draft status and contract should buy him another year. His $1.6 million salary guaranteed, and his cap hit rises from 3.1 to 4.7 if he's cut. So you actually spend more money if you cut him. He's logged just 75 defensive snaps last season after playing 287 in his rookie season. Yeah, for whatever reason, Flores, poor Noah, got in the doghouse. And, you know, something I don't think a lot of people think about, that, you know, Tua's psyche was obviously affected by Flores and the way he did business. But think of Noah Igbenogany, coming in way younger, reached by the Dolphins. Both his parents were big-time athletes, probably a lot to live up to. Didn't seem like he responded well to the stick over the carrot. You know, he seemed to be a kind of guy that kind of introverted in a little bit. And I hope things change for Noah, because I remember this time last year we were watching videos with him and Xavier Howard doing workouts, and he was looking big. And I was like, hell yeah, this is going to be the year Noah's going to get some snaps and really make his presence felt. No, he played like 2 games worth of snaps, and none of them were memorable. Competing for a job too. So this is a crowded group, including 3 rookies: Louisiana Tech safety Elijah Hamilton, Texas A&M Commerce cornerback Cater Kuho, and safety from Oregon, Verone McKinney III. If anyone gets it out of those, it's going to be Verone McKinney to me, because he's got the most ball skills out of everyone. The problem is these are all just the young guys. They've got a lot of veterans that have played in the NFL, and all these guys are going after probably 2 spots. And you got Quincy Wilson, Javaris Davis, Trill Williams, D'Angelo Ross, Elijah Campbell, and Cedric Redwine. What a problem to have when any one of those guys could shake out from the veterans and 1 young guy. So say they take 1 young guy in Verone McKinney III, and they take 1 veteran. That could be either Trill Williams or Elijah Campbell or Cedric Redwine. I don't know. They're going to have some real hard decisions to make on the defensive back room. Williams, the undrafted cornerback from Syracuse, won a job on the 53-man roster, but played in only 1 game and logged 22 defensive snaps for the season. Davis, who flashed in camp last summer, has yet to appear in a regular season game. Wilson, in Indianapolis, former second-round pick from Florida, has 2 interceptions in 32 games and 11 starts for the Colts and Jets. He spent last season on injury reserve for the Giants. His experience and talent gives him a real shot, though. And that ain't no bullshit, because that might be somebody they think, okay, you know what? You're looking healthy, Quincy Wilson. You have some starts, 2nd-round draft pick. We don't need you to start, but we need you to be in rotation for the safety role with Jones and guys like that. Something to think about. D'Angelo Ross, undrafted out of New Mexico, spent the 2019 season on the Patriots injury reserve, 2020 on their practice squad, and appeared in 3 games for New England last season with only 1 start. Redwine and Campbell are safeties with special teams value. Campbell appeared in 7 games for the Dolphins last season, Redwine in 4. Among those 3 rookies, McKinney has the most impressive resume on paper with 11 interceptions at Oregon, including 6 last season, which tied him for most in the nation. But he went undrafted primarily because of his size. He's 5'11", and he had a mediocre 40-yard dash, which is 4.65. The Dolphins gave him $130,000 guaranteed to Kendu, a Division II cornerback prospect, and the defensive coaching staff likes him. So a guy I guess they're high on right now is Kendu, the cornerback from Texas the safety from Texas A&M Commerce. As everybody knows, the love, big time connection between Holland and McKinney the third. I'm sure Holland's going to do everything he can to get his boy on it. You know what I'm saying? Going to be like, hey, Brandon Jones, I know he's competing for your job, but you're going to be a pal and help my boy get on this roster. Really, it's going to come down to special teams when you're 5'11", 198 pounds. I don't know, but I like a little squirrely. People forget. I think wasn't Brent Grimes 5'11", 195 pounds? Granted, he had elite ball skills, but who's to say Verone McKinney III doesn't? That's what his college tape showed me a little bit. He could play down on the ball. Really, to me, his tackling is kind of ugly. It doesn't look like he's not he does lay the boom and stuff like that, but I've seen him miss. So it's hit and miss. That's what it is. All right, guys, everybody, make sure you're hitting that like button. And I am going to drop the link. Everybody who wants to come onto the tailgate party that never seems to stop, holla at your boy. Come on up here. Let's talk about Sony Michel. Let's talk about these Dolphins. Let's talk about, I don't know, anything you guys want. We're going to roll it. We're going to roll it out for another hour or so and have a good time. Man, what's going on Facebook? If anybody's watching over at Facebook, I don't know what's going on. The thing isn't coming. So if you're watching on Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, come over to YouTube, subscribe to the channel, hit the like button, holler at your boy, get on the TFTG family, support the show, Fanatics, support the show, Cash App, Venmo, The Fence Tailgate, support the show through Super Chat. Everybody help out the show, help it grow. All right. Let's see. Coming on here first, Iceman. What's good, dog?
Hey, what's good, everyone? What's up, Capitan? What's up, everyone? How y'all doing today?
I'm doing good, man. So you digging the Sony Michel or what?
Man, I'm with it, man. Like, honestly, he's going to protect Tua because honestly, when I saw Myles Gaskin last year and he tried to do some chipping off the blocks, it didn't look pretty. He got abused, ran over. No pun intended, but honestly, we needed an upgrade, and that was a big upgrade. I know it's not that dude from the draft like Breece Hall and all those big studs, but Sony can bring something that we haven't seen in a while, which is honestly protect Tua. But at the same time, before I even get into that as well, I just want to shout out my best friend, Sal. Sal, I know you're hearing me. So, I appreciate you that you're a Bills fan. And I'm glad that, we had that little talk, that was fun. So shout out to you, bro. Much respect. I hope the Bills can, do what you want. But, just
Win
like I
every
said.
game except for the ones where the Dolphins are going to be.
Yes, sir. It's all love, Sal. But honestly, Sal, I just hope that your Bills are nice, but the Dolphins have gotten better on offense, and you have to acknowledge that. And with Sony Michel adding the addition with, I was going to say Matt Breida. Oh, my God. I meant to say Chase Edmonds. Oh, my God. That's a smack in the face.
Well, Raheem Moser looks like he's not going to be ready come the early on in the season. I'm getting more and more reports that it's looking like mid-season or even later. So it's not looking good. They're going to need somebody with some experience in this system to implement it come week one. It's crazy to think, but after 2 running back signings and 1 picked up free agency and stuff like that, the guy we just signed might be our starting running back come week one because of the system.
Mm-hmm. And I hope that's not the case, but honestly, from your lips to God's ears. But honestly speaking, I mean, with Sony Michel specifically, I really am impressed that Mike McDaniel and the team has actually said, you know what, you just won a Super Bowl, come to Miami because we're about to do something special we haven't done in over 50 years. And I have that feeling. I could just see it, man. Like, you cannot tell me Cedric Wilson, Tyreek Hill, Teron Armstead, and in company, and you sit them inside and say, look, we have sucked for over 22 years. We understand that. But you guys are winners. You guys have won Super Bowls, Pro Bowls, and all that. We need you guys to teach these young guys what it takes to be a winner. And then from there, we can go through the growing pains. Hopefully, we can win our first playoff game with this team. And then next year, make that big step up. Or who even knows? We're going to honor the 1972 season this upcoming season. The best way to honor it is to take it all the way.
I'm liking it. Drew Batron in the chat says that Denver just sold for $5 billion. Is that true, Drew Batron? Is that breaking news right now? Did that happen? Ali Da coming up here. Da, what's up, brother?
Ali.
Not much, man.
Did you see that?
That's actually what I jumped on for.
Did you? All right. Well, hold up. We're gonna do the breaking news. Hold on.
It got broke to me, so I'm trying to find any information about it.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna let
who the owners are, because there was quite a few different candidates.
Yeah, there was. I bet you, I'm hoping that the NFL sees the opportunity and took this opportunity to, even if it took a conglomeration, to find owners of color to just show in a fair forum to have the progression that the NFL so desperately wants. Mm-hmm. They want a little bit more representation from African American and people of color athletes to have that in their ownership. Mm-hmm. I hope you're not going to tell me that this team just got bought by some fucking oil tycoon out of
Elon Musk.
You know what I'm saying? I just, come on, man. Like, don't do that.
Twitter.
Yeah, he bought Twitter, and Jeff Bezos bought the Broncos. They're going to call it Jeff Broncos Bezos right now. So let's go ahead and let's do the
TFTG breaking news report.
This just in, the Denver Broncos sell for $5 billion clams.
Damn, I didn't even know they were worth $5 billion. That's impressive.
I'm trying to find news on it because someone messaged it to me. And
what's going to happen with John Elway? Will he stay in company there? Like, he's going to
hold it? Bro, what are they going to do? Run him off? Good luck.
Oh, imagine.
Okay, so if it's the Josh Harris candidate, his partner is Magic Johnson.
What?
Ooh.
Yeah.
Magic?
That's if
AIDS don't hurt you at all, apparently.
That means LeBron one day is going to own a team then. Damn, he's going to follow Magic.
Josh Harris is actually the owner of the 76ers.
Yes. That was one of the names I heard in there. You know, odd. The NFL and basketball, they don't really they have, sometimes they'll have like a soccer team and a hockey team, but very rarely is someone own a basketball team and an NFL team. I can't think of anyone that does own a basketball and an NFL team. It's a lot to manage. I can't believe it.
Usually it's soccer is the second sport that they own.
Or hockey. They do hockey teams.
Oli, who is one of the candidates, he's a white gentleman who has a ownership of the Dodgers, part ownership. He was also named as a candidate. However, he just purchased
Chelsea
for $4 billion. So
damn.
I don't think he's buying in the team right now.
You know what? Something to think about, Iceman, is that in soccer or football in England, and their pound is worth a little bit more money. So like, it's the dollars to cents in England when they buy a team like that. It's always a little bit more money.
And plus, they'll make the money quicker than ever because that sport is,
bro. And the overhead is not like NFL overhead. Like, those guys don't break their neck and you got to pay for freaking neck fusion surgery and shit. Not that it doesn't happen, but it does. You know what I'm saying? Like, how many ACLs and like the injuries are far and away more.
They have different types of injuries, but they can be very severe.
As far as keeping them out of playing soccer, yes, but
Yeah.
not like life-threatening or like changing the way this guy's got to walk the rest of his life kind of injuries.
Like football, yeah.
Push back. I'm gonna push back just a little bit. And I don't mean to. I know it's your show. I'm sorry.
Ali, push away, brother. This is what it's for. What you talking about?
Let's get it.
Soccer, yes, they have different types of injuries. Some of them can be very catastrophic. Recently, though, a big thing has been some teams require their players to wear heart monitors and whatnot. Specifically, I don't know if you guys remember. I think it was last summer. I don't think it was this summer. I think it was last summer. There was a European tournament going on, and a player temporarily died on the field.
No
They had to
shit.
They had to resuscitate
shit.
him like 5 times
Wow.
until he was okay.
Too much
Damn.
amphetamines before the game, huh?
They
You know-
never figured it out. He passed for no drugs or anything. They couldn't figure it out what happened.
See,
But
the only time.
He's still playing.
No, go ahead, Ali. My bad.
No, it's okay. That's what they wear, like heart monitors, and they've become really big on hydration and stuff. Because you think about it, in the NFL, there's run stop. There's like a little break in between the plays. In soccer, it's constant running, nonstop. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I could see the cardio and the heart and the vascular system taking a beating from that for certain. I'm just talking about a running back's going through a car wreck 30 times a game.
Oh
You
yeah,
know what I'm
definitely.
saying? He's going through 200 car wrecks a year. So, I mean,
Just a different type of injuries, but they still get them, is what I'm saying.
John says vaccine in effect. I hope not. That's what that John says. The guy croaked over from the vaccine. No way, John. Now we're getting political up in this butt.
Yeah, that's kind of
Ali, you're a big soccer fan?
Yeah, man. I'm actually a big Chelsea fan. So
Okay.
Yeah, I know Moss
I
gives you
also
some shit
no
on
offense
that.
to you,
You're
Miami.
gonna laugh at me, Ali. My team is Jamaica. I know it what crap, but I like Jamaica because when I was a young kid, I flew to Jamaica, Montego Bay, and I saw the facility, and I said, "Damn, this is how they play. I like it." So that's just me.
Jamaican descent.
Yeah, man. I was
I can
actually.
hear a little bit in your voice, but
Some
not
people
from
think
Jamaica.
I'm from New York. I've been getting this my whole life. Like they say, "Are you Hispanic? Are you from New York?" I'm like, "Nah, man. I was actually born in Kingston, Jamaica."
I can,
and so
I
was
can
my
hear
parents.
a little bit. I can hear where they can hear the New York some, but I thought Jamaican off the top of my head.
Yeah, I was born in Kingston, and then I came here to the States at the age of 8,
Cool.
and then my accent went away quickly. But I still kind of slur my words and all that. So
There's a
That's just
Jamaican.
Florida talking, brother. You already know what it is, bro. What you
and
mean?
plus, I got in Miami we got all the Cubanos and everything, so you have to know Spanish.
Better know
So
something. Yeah. I don't know Spanish, but I'll be damned if I can't get by with a little bit of English Spanish talking back and forth. You know what I'm saying?
oh yeah,
Can't be from the joint and live in the South without us both looking at each other, knowing we don't speak each other's language, but we gonna figure this out.
Yeah.
I want that food right there. Yes.
and I know Sharif is from the. I'm not mistaking me if I'm wrong, but I know Sharif is from the Bahamas too, because I know he had that accent too. So.
Yep. Sharif,
know,
the
well,
Bahamian in the bunch.
Sharif, if you're in the chat, man, go on, brethren.
Yeah. Chuck.
Shall it?
Yeah. Chuck. What's good, dog?
Man.
Come on now.
Did you know that Usain Bolt one day was gonna try out for not the Dolphins but the Arizona Cardinals a long time ago, just for shits and gigs? But
Chris,
that's
be
what
right back. Give me a second.
No problem, buddy. No problem. So, Red Horse Adventures, which is new into chat to me, love the Red
Welcome.
Horse Adventures. Welcome. Walton is the likely buyer of the Broncos. He's worth $69 billion and
Wow.
would be the richest NFL owner. Makes sense, Red Horse Adventures, because that's where we're going to the owners. They aren't. The number is like the cap now. It's completely made up, and there's something else you see popping up all in, not even just in the news, but it's coming into my sports now. Space exploration, aliens, all this stuff. We talked about it the other night. It seems like they're desensitizing us for the alien invasion that's going to come. Don't worry, everybody. When the alien invasion comes, it'll be people dressed up like aliens. It'll be a scare tactic. They will have advanced weaponry they've been holding against us to get at
They'd
us.
be like shapeshifters.
Maybe, but I think it'll just be man doing it to itself to trick man into some kind of I don't know, mass genocide. They're building Elysium in space right now. They're trying to leave us behind. The new class system, rise up.
They're trying to go to Mars and leave us, man. At least if you're gonna leave us behind, then screw it, man. We'll just
No,
go and
I
have a
say
party.
go to Mars. Hurry up. Go to Mars and you know.
Have fun storming the castle.
I mean,
Who's what?
no, my bad. Who's Walton though, if I may ask? Because who is that? Is he like a? I know he's obviously rich, but I don't know who that is. I was thinking of Bill Walton for a second.
I'm thinking he's probably some guy that is a real estate dude, some builder, some real estate guy. That's usually where
Just
what
like
it goes
Stephen
into.
Ross, yep.
They all are that, which really, AKA mobster. That's all it comes down to, bro.
I really hope we get at least the Broncos get an African American man because we need that.
They do need to do it. The NFL better not squander this opportunity with teams because it's whether it's a financial thing or not, it sets a precedence for what of growth that they're trying to do. They're all talking about the Rooney Rule and
yeah, but that's
it's not so much equality because like not that I'm opposed to equality. I don't like things being brought down for the sake of equal. That's not equal. That's less. That's not the American way.
No.
But they'll tell me that there's not people of color that can put together and pull enough money to be an NFL owner. That I call bullshit on. Okay, I call bullshit on that.
I just feel like a bunch of those owners, though, remember, some of them still come from those families that are in the 60s, at that time with Martin Luther King. So they still are kind of iffy on it. I know that, sadly. But if they could just say, screw the Rooney Rule, screw the interviews, just allow one majority of it, the 1%, just to have that, it would be amazing. Because in America, a lot of people in the world are going to say, okay, America's now taking that next step up. And we are the leaders of the world. I have to be real. Like when we do something bad in America, like riots or whatever, people look at us and say, oh, okay, maybe we should do that in the future. Because we are like kind of like the leaders to help people in wars and all that. So we kind of are like that.
You want to know who the leader is when some shit pops off. Who do they look to help first? It's always us.
It's us. Wars. Right now, Russia. We're not even not
in a war. Catastrophes, natural disasters. Some infection comes. America's expected to get out in front of it. Now, other countries might get there. They might fix it before we do or whatever. But America's always looked to first to do it. And until that changes. Then we're in trouble. But I think it sets a with so much that the NFL's trying to do with optics, and I understand it. It is a brand, and it's trying to go international with the brand, and it needs to show international diversity of the brand, and that's what this is about. And if I know the NFL, whether that gets done with this or the next owner. Which who knows? I think Denver's not the only team. Wasn't there another team that was?
I think the Panthers too, because that owner he's getting pretty old up in age. So I know the Panthers are one as well, but that's in the future though.
I thought the Panthers just got a new owner.
Oh, they did?
I think I thought the Panthers just got a new owner.
Oh, then I must be living in the past.
Either way, they need to take the opportunity, but. Let's move on. Sony Michel. Okay, so now they've brought this is for weeks now before the draft, after the draft. They've been bringing people in and around, and there's 3 positions that seem to be brought a lot in. One of them not being center, which has a lot of Dolphins fans upset, but. Pass rusher and wide receiver and running back are all 3 positions they keep bringing in veterans and things like that.
You know who's in Miami? Akeem Hicks. He did. I don't know if now. Correct me if I'm wrong. I know he did not pay. Yeah, he did not pay a visit to the Dolphins facility, but I know he's been chilling in Miami off season, relaxing. So
Drew Rosenhaus reported that him and Carlos Dunlap have been inquired upon about the Dolphins. So he reported that.
Who would you want?
I would rather have Akeem Hicks than
Me too.
Carlos Dunlap.
Speaking of Drew Rosenhaus, I want to say rest in peace to Robert Rosenhaus, his father.
Oh, I
passed-
thought you were gonna
passed?
say rest in peace to Drew. I was like, wait, what?
yeah, his
No,
father.
Drew's what, 49, 55, something like that?
Yeah.
Drew's young.
Drew and what's his brother's name?
Damn, R.I.P.
Oh, I had it written down.
El
But-
Jefe Rosenhaus is what his name is.
Isn't he like the first guy to be a billion? Probably. He probably has billions of dollars, right? Drew Rosenhaus, because all the people that he has under him, Tyreek
For
and the company.
Drew Rosenhaus, don't let nobody know nothing. And you know what's cool? No matter how much money Drew Rosenhaus has made, he still has maintained being a regular person. People don't know this, but Drew Rosenhaus is the kind of dude that's like still going to the coffee shop and grabbing a coffee around the corner from his kid's school. Like he's a regular cat while rubbing elbows with multimillionaires and billionaire owners all the time. He's one of the coolest. There's a reason why he's got so many good agent players, because he's able to drift in and out of where the world we live in to the world that the billionaires live in, which are completely different universes.
And I was happy that. Oh, my bad.
Oh, it's okay. I was going to say also Drew Rosenhaus. From my impression, is that he gets his clients what they want, and you don't shake Drew Rosenhaus down; he shakes you down.
Mm-hmm.
That's what the rumor is, from what I've been told.
I do know Drew he literally will lay it out for you in the most open way.
Mm-hmm.
And so like when he says, hey, my client wants to stay here, we want to sign now, this is what we deem as fair, we're open for negotiation, but after this point there's no more negotiation, we go to free agency. And he's done that. And from what I understood with Agba, because Drew Rosenhaus represents Agba, that even though the Dolphins made him wait, Agba still didn't field offers. He still had a number for what he felt was deserved, and the Dolphins gave it to him. So like Agba almost wrote his contract for the Dolphins, which if you look at it is an immensely fair contract. And
it is for the batted balls that he did last year. I mean, I would pay him for the extra bonus, an extra 20 mil for that. Well, but that's just me.
Iceman, if you remember in Kansas City, they wanted when Agba was playing good before he got injured, they wanted him to pin his ears back and rush the passer. The Dolphins didn't have him do that as often as you guys think. They had him play DE, defensive end, and hold his lanes to box in number one, to box in pass rushers or pass running quarterbacks, to keep them flushed out to one side, containment, and also keeping the gap scheme, so the linebackers taking off duty off the linebackers, because that was our bad unit. That's why he batted balls rather than getting sacks, and he would pick up double teams. And when they played him, those two sacks, those sacks that Phillips had in bunches, are because of Agba allowed him free up to get him. That's right, EM3 technique. And he's worth more because the things that the Dolphins had him do are things that really you don't pay that kind of guy to do. You want him to pin his ears back and go and rush it. He showed his versatility and earned extra and got to pretty much write his ticket, which was very fair for the Dolphins.
And you know what's scary too? On that right next to him is a man called Andrew Van Ginkel. So I mean that is just scary.
I love the Gink, bro.
Release
the Gink.
He reminds me of Clay. Call me crazy, but I don't know why. He reminds me of a young Clay Matthews. Now he doesn't have the big hair jacked up like that, but because of the long hair. I call him Thor. My mom, when we go to the games together, because she also is a season ticket, and she has a crush on him, so she goes and says, "There's my baby Thor," and I'm like, "Oh God,
nice."
Mama.
You know, he put a lot of weight on last year, and they had him play more as defensive end / pass rusher than outside linebacker / linebacker. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
They didn't have him play the role he played the year before. They wanted him. I don't know. They asked him to put on more weight and play a different type of role, and he did great in that that dirty work. Andrew Van Ginkel, highly underrated player on this team.
But we need
unleash
Jalen.
the gink.
And at least Jalen Phillips, please let him at least put his fingers in the ground. Because last year, don't get me wrong, all those times that he was pass rushing, the left outside linebacker was nice and all, and he would drop back in coverage. But I really want to see him get down and dirty with the fingers in the ground. Because we all know Miami fans, like UM fans even know it too. They were questioning, like, come on, Flores or Josh Boy, whoever it was at that time. Just let him do that, because if you allow Jalen Phillips to do that, you not like imagine Emmanuel Ogba, Jalen Phillips, and then Andrew Van Ginkel is like, "Hey, I'm gonna slide with y'all," and then you have Jerome Baker like, "Oh, bet that up, I'll meet you guys there," and then we got this new guy named I don't know if he's gonna stay with the team or not. I really do hope. I hope he's not like Curtis Weaver when we got him, then cut him, and then he went to the Browns. But his name is like Connor something. We got him from Cali or something like that. He's another outside.
Cameron Good.
That's the one. Cameron
Good. Yeah, he's got. You know what Cameron Good's got? He's got intangibles, unteachable things. He's got very great athleticism.
With it. Like he's fast off that line. Damn,
he's got a good motor, and he's pretty big. He put a lot of weight on to get to that size. I'll see if they can mold the kid into something.
That's what I want.
Because early on last year, the Dolphins asked the outside linebackers and defensive line to play a certain way to make up for the deficiencies with the linebacking unit and the secondary on the safeties. And it was a sacrifice spread out throughout the defensive line. And that's why the defense played a lot of zone. We got beat up a lot.
Yeah.
Because we couldn't run the system we were running because, and nobody wants to hear this, but losing Bobby McCain and losing Kyle Van Noy as those starters so people don't get in and out of their position hurt this team a lot because they would eat up double teams or put people in position. They just had to do that. So, again, I don't see Phillips having to drop back into coverage like he was asked to do before because – they're going to make up for those deficiencies where they're going to say, hey, because you got to think of it. Think of the RPO. When the pass rusher comes clean off the edge, that's where the quarterback throws the ball because on the other side of that, there's no one there. Now, if you scheme this up properly and you just come at them with the D line and someone has slid over behind that spot, if that guy throws the ball, now it's picked off. And we've seen Christian Wilkins intercept one.
Big man.
Last year, this same kind of ideology. If they can just continue to be what the Dolphins already are, sky's the limit. Sky's the limit.
Okay, so I got an update on Broncos.
Okay.
So the update is that they have it down to 2 finalists, and that the amount will be over $5 billion. It's between the heir from Walmart, Rob Walton, I think his name is, and Josh Harris, which is the owner of the 76ers. He's the one that's partnered with Magic Johnson.
Well, you know what? The guy from the Sixers probably will get it with the partner of Magic Johnson, but I don't like that. I think I like a one owner kind of thing, and the guy who from Walmart's been trying to buy a team for a while. And I feel like he's going to get shafted here to give a guy his second pro team because he's got Magic Johnson as his partner. Magic Johnson should jump ship and partner with the Walmart guy and make it all right, and I'd feel better about it.
Oh, because the guy from the Walmart doesn't have a team? Is that what you're saying?
That's right.
I see what you're saying. It's possible. I mean, the issue is I understand we want to have diversity in ownership. They're
slippery slopely, as you know. We can't have companies, even through political pressure or pressure of people, hiring who everyone wants them to hire rather than what they perceive to be as what the best A, business decision is, and B, what's best for everyone that's in partners. Because that's something we got to remember, that the NFL, all those guys are partners who either A, is only the Washington football team deal, the owner's skimming off of them. You know what I'm saying? They obviously screwed up there. Not saying that would be someone of color, but I'm just saying that they gotta be careful who they let into their club because it affects all NFL business. And when you have an owner that owns a basketball team and he's going to own a basketball team and an NFL team, I don't know, that's asking for trouble personally.
Yeah. So,
but it's not like any of these billionaires don't have, like Stephen Ross, he owns tons of companies and Garfinkel runs the team. So I don't know, maybe in this scenario, he'll run the football team while Johnson runs the basketball team. I don't know. That's the NFL's fucking job, not my job. If they want answers, they got to pay me for them, bro. And you can find me, NFL. You can pay me for some answers. I will do consulting for you. Let me know.
So I've actually done a little bit of research on how these negotiations happen for sports franchises and how they sell them and whatnot. And because I've been, my soccer team just recently got sold, and or it's going to be official. They're just waiting for the government approval, but the all agreement and
government approval. See, this is the kind of shit I'm talking about. Why does the government got to approve it? Why does the
Why
government got to approve it, bro? What are you talking about? Government approval?
They want some money. They want that money.
No. Let me explain what happened. When the Ukraine war started, the U.S. and U.K. and a lot of the other countries went after the Russian oligarchs. Well, our owner was an alleged oligarch, but he's done everything he can to prove he's not. That he's even pretty much selling his team, and 100% of the proceeds are going towards charities that help with people in Ukraine. So he's a team for $4 billion and giving it all to charity. And
whoa.
Let me explain. Let me please explain.
How the hell can he sell and then give away all that money?
Let me explain. I'm getting there. So right before he was going to sell the team, the government put sanctions on his team, and basically took it over and said that you can't sell it without our approval, and you're not allowed to have any money from it. Well, he already said he's giving it to charity. So what they did is they created a government frozen account that they can disperse to the charities, so they know it doesn't go to Russia.
So a government
seized, UK government. Yes.
The UK government seized personal property of one of its owners.
Yes.
Because of political
issues,
things that are going on, and financially hurt him. This is the kind of shit this is what worries me about NFL becoming a team overseas, because the geopolitical thing, which is why they want betting, and is why I promise you guys the federal government will rubber stamp betting one day, because it will need the stamp of approval from the government for that geopolitical purpose. But you're going to also remember that now we're going to be having teams. They're going to be crossing over to different countries. People from different countries are going to be in America all the time. It's one step closer to world peace with one step closer to world domination. I don't like it. We need to watch these mofos. I feel the ground shifting beneath my feet. Don't take my love in football and try to imprison me and my fellow man. We will rise up.
I understand. So essentially where I was trying to get at, so when you go to buy a franchise or a sports franchise, you can't just like walk up to what they call it, a car salesman, and just, oh, I like this car, here's a couple $1,000, whatever, and just walk off with it. That's not how it works. So one, the team has to vet you as a purchaser. They also use a third-party financial company that basically audits the crap out of you as the buyer to verify how much money you have. They also inquire on how you plan on to invest in the team. There's various different things they look at. They also have to break down contracts and go over them with you to verify you agree to them. Because you have to understand, it's not just the team you're buying. You're buying the sponsorship contract. You're buying
also, a lot of their talent on these soccer teams are all international. They're not all from the same country. Shit, some of them are from all over the damn globe.
I'm not just talking about soccer. I'm talking about any franchise. Any sports team. That's how
the change we're going to see in the NFL.
By the way, Moss, thank you for saying that I'm PR for Abramovich. I think maybe you should, re-guess that and actually do some research on Mr. Abramovich. He's not as bad as what people make him out to be. Thank you.
Well, Most is over here saying the guy supported and got rich from Putin in making tanks. it was wrong.
Oh,
I first,
Actually, it's because he owned a factory here in the U.S.
you know that's funny how
that
My bad.
supposedly sent materials for the tanks to be built.
okay
And he
that's
did everything he can to prove he's not aligned with Putin. He even became a Israeli citizen. All right, because he's Jewish, first of all.
that's
and-
interesting in that
And
political
when the
sphere.
war started, him and his entire family called Putin out. And he's also the only Russian from the Russian side to actually try to force peace talks between Ukraine and Russia.
I
yeah,
remember you
Putin is
telling
one
me that.
crazy motherfucker. Putin doesn't care about anything about
You know what
like,
though? The world needs Putins every now and again, though. Like
Even
he'll settle down. I'm not saying it's a good thing, and I don't support invading Ukraine. Holler to the Ukraine
even
people,
before
help
the
them out.
team was
But
taken
I
from
think
him, he
we
even gave up
understand
control to the charity.
in an adult conversation, understanding the world, we have balance. And there'll always be some shit like this coming around. What we can't do is try to change how we live because of some other shit going down.
Yeah.
And taking businesses from people one way or another and allowing what they can or can't do. I don't like that shit. I don't like it. Now, maybe they can give me the information. I'm not educated on the subject, but my initial reaction is I don't like it. That's
see,
just how I go.
I just don't.
That's my initial reaction. What? They took his business from him? You know what I'm saying? Like, whoa. Is he going to jail? No. But they're taking his shit and his money. That
It's just-
seems wrong.
Moss,
I'm kind of
need
scared
to
though
stop being
because
worried about what I'm doing. Maybe you should go become PR for your Arsenal team. They really need it.
Boss is getting you, Ali.
Joe,
Hey, he can come after me all he wants. I'm gonna give it to him. You know, it doesn't matter. My team's been kicking his ass for years. So
That's what it is. There's some hate. Love you,
Germany.
Moss.
what trophy have you guys won recently?
Oh shit!
That's what I thought.
Ooh,
I
hey, you
feel
know
the
what, Ali?
energy.
Ali, we're gonna. I know I feel it too, Iceman.
I like
I have a friend of mine, ex-MLS soccer player, that I've been trying to get to do a soccer show. So maybe we'll talk about that, Ali, since how you're a big soccer guy. And I know you might not like it so much, but I know Most is a big soccer guy, and I've been meaning to talk to Most about that. So maybe we
Hey,
can work.
Ali,
work
are
out
you
some fun
familiar with?
soccer stuff?
My bad.
Hold on one second. My mom just called me because it's my birthday at midnight.
Oh,
It's your birthday at midnight. Oh, happy birthday to
Yo.
Ali. Yeah. Go ahead, answer your mom.
Take a
Go
shot
ahead, go
too.
ahead. Happy birthday. Yeah.
Just
And
give me a
Most.
second. Just give me a second, bro.
Yeah. Go ahead. You know, it's when I think about this, the international ramifications when NFL becomes it, all the good coming from it.
We're going to
It'll
Mexico, right?
It'll be more likely where, you know, say a team's in Dubai. Well, now Americans are regularly going to see their teams from all over the nation when they're in Dubai. Kind of like how the destination of Vegas is going to become or has already become for teams. And then they'll host the draft from different places. That's what they should be hosting.
Vegas has been smart. They did a hockey team to a football team to a. I mean, they're pretty smart with it. I can't lie. Financially wise, that they're making it worldwide for people. And next is soccer. I mean, yeah, we got to get soccer into America, I guess. But we have Mexico.
I'm not worried about the soccer opening the international door to America that way. I'd rather go the other way. NFL
Football.
Open it to the rest of the world. And that's the American way. And I'll be honest, as an American, it's because we're already the best at it and we can own everyone at it, which is why we'd want to start out there. It's just the way we are, guys.
And I hope it expands because now we can finally go into the Olympics, create that would be amazing. Just going to the Olympics and seeing
have you seen the movie Iceman? Have you seen the movie Starship Troopers?
Yeah, man, Starship Troopers, yes.
Yeah.
Yes,
So you remember when they were playing football and the ball was all silver and shit? And it was like indoors and stuff?
Yeah.
That should be the Olympic football right there.
Crazy.
That's the Olympic football. Still tackle,
awesome.
No face mask, got a helmet thing, different kind of shoulder pads, lighter, indoors. That should be Olympic football. Maybe like a face shield or something like that. All cool, completely different. Same rules, same game. Maybe a smaller field, almost like arena football, but more. It'll be a lot easier because when we introduce football to other cultures and countries and stuff, there's going to be a discrepancy in size, ability, all that stuff. It'll even the playing field, I think. And there could be like a weight limit and shit like that.
You know who would be a really good team? Like if they get an expansion, like I know we're going to Mexico and all that. I could see Jaguars going to London because I know their fan base is big. I know the Dolphins too, but stay in Miami. But let the Jaguars go to London. But honestly, I honestly see like with the FIFA already having its issues and all that, NFL, we really are the number one. And I'm be real with you. I know baseball's number one in America, and I know the history, but football could be the one.
Baseball's no longer number one in America. It's number one in the world because of how it's taken off in Asia and in Hispanic, like nations and through
Puerto
all that
Rico
stuff.
is really good at it.
Dominican Republic. All the way in South America, all these places, and then Japan loves baseball and China and stuff. So it's got to go the same route. Baseball kind of showed how you did it. I just think as long as here's the thing: what happened to baseball? They make more money internationally than they do domestic, so they don't give a shit when their stadiums are sitting empty.
That's true. The Marlins Stadium is always half empty. So
they can't have that, bro. And because the same double-edged sword that I was just talking about, because of the partners, when one stadium sits empty, the owners still get a piece of that MLB pie. So it's like
it's a win-win.
It's a win-win. You know what I'm saying? So,
but for the fans, it's kind of like, what the hell?
Well, or even, I don't want to see the Marlins leave, but maybe there's a city that would appreciate it more.
That's what I'm saying.
Shout out to Moss coming on here. What's good, Moss?
Hey, Moss.
What's up, dude?
What's going on, my brother?
Well, when he's getting all mad and saying I gotta set the record straight.
It's the energy, man. You brought the energy.
Who has more trophies in history?
Man, look it up, dude. League titles,
how many Premier Leagues
we got way more than
Let's take a step back, guys, man. Let these boys handle it.
How many Champions Leagues do you have?
All right, so hold up. We'll Iceman and I are gonna take a step back, but Ali,
step back.
I'm not bad. I'm just.
I don't even want to.
No. You have truth.
I don't know. Educate Iceman and myself because
please, yes.
Very novice at least. I can't even play soccer. You know what I'm saying? Like I could hacky sack some pretty good shit.
Football and soccer.
Football, boxing, wrestling. Some baseball. That's more contact sports for me. Soccer, just too much damn running, bro. I couldn't do it. I'm from South Florida. We didn't have indoor.
Fan. I went to Baku, Azerbaijan. I went to Azerbaijan to see us to lose to Chelsea. Big up for you guys. You know, you got a Russian oligarch with dirty money that screwed his own country, screwed his own people, and ripped off the world, has steel companies, runs the industry around the world so that Russian could build their war machine.
Sorry about that, guys.
We got more FA Cups than any club in England. Look it up.
Okay, you have an FA Cup. Who really cares about
more FA Cups?
Wait, before you gentlemen get into this, I gotta ask a quick question. Because this was when I was very young.
I've been a fan 40 years, man.
When you guys were watching FIFA and all that, do you guys know a player named Lewandowski from Germany?
Yeah, the Polish star.
He's
awesome.
I met him one time. I didn't know who he was. I was in the international airport in Miami, and I was going to Jamaica, and I see some guy, and he's giving autographs to some kids. So I walk up, and I'm just like, "Who is that?" And the guy's like, "That's Lewandowski," and I'm like, "Who?" He plays for Germany. He just won a cup, and I'm like, "Oh." Okay, cool. That's how I learned football.
So what is explain to me, there's different cups for different series in soccer. Please.
There's no playoffs, Chris.
Yeah, I don't understand. I don't
win
know
the league, you play
it.
everybody twice. Just, like NFL, you play everyone in your division twice. You play everyone in the Premier League twice. And whoever has the most points at the end of it is the league champion. But then there's also a Champions League with the rest of the Europe's best teams. And that's kind of over the years become the most prestigious to win. And that's what Chelsea won. Chelsea won last year.
Chelsea won. So the
European... How many Champions League have you guys won?
0. We've been in the final.
Yeah.
We won European Cups before it was Champions League.
Okay.
How long has the
Okay,
Champions
you're
League been a
you're
thing?
talking short history, Ali.
How long has
Chelsea's been a big club for like since
A long-
2003.
How long has the
your
Champions League
opinion.
been
Chelsea's
the
been around since 1905. Okay.
Yeah, but been mediocre
Okay.
forever until they got a Russian illegal money owner.
Okay. And why don't we go after Newcastle or Manchester
Exactly.
City?
That's the big
owned by
debate. Should
Saudi
Saudi
Arabia
Arabians, should
or
Saudis with dirty money that kill journalists, should they
and
be
who
owning
owns your
teams?
team, by the way? Who owns your team?
An American.
Yeah.
Grumpy.
See, but
Yeah.
here's
Owns
the
the LA
political
Rams,
stuff
Super
I don't
Bowl
want in
champion.
my
Hockey team?
football.
Super
I'm worried
Bowl
about the
champion.
owners
Yep.
of the
No, I
Saudi
see it.
team. You see what I'm talking about, Iceman?
I see
I'm
it now.
worried about a
England
Russian
is a big
oligarchy
problem,
that
Chris.
is a
FIFA is so
warmonger.
number one. Like, I understand FIFA is the biggest sport in the world, but just like
Corrupt.
El Capitan said,
Mhm.
we don't want that for football
We don't want
America
that
because
shit,
we
right?
don't
We
need
want
the
this
political
corruption,
stuff.
man.
We
Here's
don't want it
something
because
that-
you know what? We still, as much as America likes to say they're not this, they're still the Wild West Cowboy style, and like there's a part and an end where we can't even our corruption. We're like, all right, whatever. But when there's openly corruption and spitting in people's faces, we don't play that shit. We're like, we're gonna be the good guy, even though we're the bad guy. We're gonna be the good guy in this scenario because you're the worst guy, and we're gonna take you out and make it a public spectacle at that. And I don't need America in that because now we're talking about geopolitical politics that could have
It shouldn't be
far
in
reach.
sports. Yeah.
It shouldn't. There's got to
But
be
it
some
will.
way they can fix it. But that's how I don't know, man. Fences and bridges are made in various different ways.
Moss, who is your team, by the way, if I may ask?
It's in the
Arsenal.
background. You can see it right there.
Arsenal. We're both in London.
Arsenal. All right.
We're the
I
red
can't
part
even
of
tell
London.
who Arsenal and I know. So you got Chelsea, and you got Arsenal. So you guys are going at it. I like it though. Hey, it's all love
But
though. That's
just
what I
in
like about
London,
FIFA. You guys are passionate.
there's Tottenham. They have NFL games at their stadium. There's Wembley, the national stadium, has NFL games.
Yeah, London.
There's
Yeah.
also Arsenal, West Ham, Chelsea, and there's more London teams too in the lower divisions. Crystal Palace, Fulham,
They all have their own stadiums
and
in
it's
London.
just in London. Like all
Yeah,
these
dude,
stadiums.
you don't understand. Like when I say that
How does
an investor that wants to bring an NFL team to England, it would be so easy because there's so many freaking stadiums.
And I've learned over the last few years doing YouTube and stuff with British guys, man, there is a huge NFL following. Like it's massive. Like all
Dolphins
over
and
England.
Jaguars mostly in the UK. That's like a big one.
Dolphins
the
ain't
games
going
sell out
international, but Jacksonville
They make
could.
good money over there. So this Jaguars owner, like, do you think he'll up and move him over there, or it's
I don't
just
think
gonna always be gradual?
I don't
like,
think there's a desire to move anyone permanently there ever.
Sure.
It's more of
it might be split or something.
yeah,
I think the first team would be Mexico. Someone
Yeah,
should move to
Mexico's-
Mexico.
or
massive.
Canada, honestly. But Canada has
Toronto
a
Canada,
league.
Yeah, no, they
about
got
it.
hockey. They have hockey.
Toronto's
Then they're
talked
gonna.
about it, Chris, many times over the years, and they could have bought. Like, we got rich owners.
They
man, ready
tried.
to
They
do it.
tried with
But
Buffalo.
Buffalo doesn't want it. It's Bills that are stopping it.
Yep.
Mm.
Yep. They don't. I don't know why. I think because they know they
Because
still
there's
get
about
that Buffalo
30,000
dollar.
Bills fans in Southern Ontario.
That's what I'm saying. They don't have to move the team there. They could get it. But I could see where they could force Buffalo as being a duality type team where you're the representation. And that's
Like
kind of what I think.
Tampa
Like,
Bay Rays
Jackson-
might be. Yeah.
yes,
The
I
big-
heard that too. They're
Here's
talking
one
about
thing
moving to
that-
Toronto.
The
Yeah,
Toronto
Toronto they were
Raptors.
talking about?
Montreal. No, Montreal.
Montreal.
Tampa
Excuse
Bay.
me. Montreal.
Yeah.
That's right.
Moss, let me ask you this: if, let's say, an NFL team got moved to England, right? And the
Yeah.
big issue with English teams right now is the hike in cost for tickets. They feel that they're being overcharged a lot of times. I know Chelsea.
They're kind of dumb. Like
increased-
they're not like Americans, Ali and Chris, where the TV dollar and the corporate marketing money, it's there, but it's not as huge. Like the whole thing, they can't show. Like imagine Sunday, the afternoon games where there's 3, 4, 5 NFL games, right, Chris?
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if those were blocked out and people couldn't watch on TV. That's what they do in England. There's Saturday 3 p.m. games. They're blacked out of TV.
And
Yeah,
then
but
that-
they'd be at the
TV
pub.
dollars they're missing out on. I
Yeah,
go,
so that's
man, that would
my
never
issue.
fly in USA, man.
How would ticket pricing work there? Because I know for like Chelsea, depending on where you're sitting, their prices are going up tremendously. It's like
Yeah.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
You ain't gonna stop that, Ali.
No, I'm just wondering, like, comparative, like, are they going to pay the same price as we do, or do they going to pay way more?
Arsenal and Chelsea would be way up there, Ali, of cost.
Dolphins tickets are going up. Hey, dude, you know how expensive it is to go to a Tampa Bay game?
NFL's more, really.
A crappy seat in Tampa Bay is like $130. I'm talking like the nosebleeds. Like you want a regular seat, it's $300.
You know, besides NBA courtside tickets, NFL are the most, like, in the
They're
world.
expensive.
Still more than soccer.
The Dolphins are sold out this year. I mean, if you're trying to buy a ticket online, I had one friend say, "Can I get one of your tickets?" And I said, "Dude, there's no way in hell I'm giving you my ticket. You're gonna go online and try to get one." So
Well,
he tried, and
I'm just gonna have to pay
That should be
premium.
nice, man.
There ain't nothing I can do. I didn't buy season tickets because
Colorado Avalanche 5-3.
I'll find a way to get some. I got friends.
My Arsenal owner owns Colorado Avalanche. He owns LA Rams.
That's right.
Yeah,
He's the
But
man.
everyone hates the guy. They hate that Americans own their teams, eh?
It's because of what the Glazers did. You know what the
Yeah,
Glazers
the
are doing,
Blazers,
right?
the Tampa Bay guys, Chris, set a bad precedence over there.
Yeah, you have no idea. They basically they took dividends out of the team, like deep dividends, like every year, and just pocketing the money. It's ridiculous. Instead of like investing properly into the team. Did you hear? Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So they ran it like the Bengals.
are we gonna ever get a Miami soccer team, guys? Because
They
I
do.
don't know.
Inter Miami. Ali goes, I think.
Yeah,
Owned by David Beckham.
Or no, you go Orlando, right?
yeah. We have one in we have Orlando,
Inter Miami. David Beckham.
Inter
owns them.
Miami.
Yeah,
they don't
they
have the
just
stadium
came
built.
last few years.
It's they've got a
What's
whole
that?
thing going on there. They've got a
It's
money
bad
issue.
stadium, or?
I don't know
no,
what's going
they have.
on.
Let me clarify. Let me fix this because there's some misinformation going on here. They have a stadium that's currently being constructed. They have a stadium that they play in that is actually for a minor league team, but they redid the stadium just to fit their crowd, and it looks super nice for being a minor league stadium.
Yeah, I didn't.
I heard the new stadium that they're building, they keep pushing it back, and they're having problems with the
It's
funding.
because
to
of
build it.
permitting and all that stuff.
The costs have gone way up.
The city of Miami in itself has pushed against David Beckham so much.
Really?
He's been trying to build this team for the last 5 years, and it's
You
not
know
a-
why, Most? It's the American way, and
But,
it's
I mean,
a terrible
everywhere
thing.
construction costs have gone
Well,
through the
when you're
roof the last 3 years.
Just being real, when
Yeah.
you're a foreigner going into somewhere else, you find every piece of red tape known possible.
It's
And
the same
that's
with the
if
Americans over there.
that's right. If I was opening up my business in London, they were like, not only do I got to pay all the street legal stuff, but then I got to pay
Slow
the
it
gangsters.
down, everything.
See,
Yeah,
he wanted the stadium along the water there, and he actually had the property, and it was going to be purchased and everything. But the cruise lines all ganged up against him, and also convinced some of the locals that he was going to corrupt their businesses or whatever. And they everywhere he went, he was getting fought left and right by.
His wife is rich as hell too.
He needs to hire a cat like me. I could totally facilitate that deal. Because how the hell does a stadium showing soccer not play into people on cruises showing up from wherever they are in Europe or North America far away, getting on their 5-day cruise, finding themselves ended up in the Miami port area to watch their game, to take their 5-day cruise back home? Why was that not facilitated? David Beckham, give me a call.
Lobbying to expand their port or whatever. I think that's basically what it might have been.
Have you guys seen those ships?
They're
in port?
massive.
They're massive,
bro. It's like a full city on its side. Massive. It's
why
like
do they need to be that big?
Because I don't know. I don't know. It's weird. It's crazy. They're so big that when you see them when you're coming up in Broward and stuff, when you see all of them on the edge there, and you're coming over the water, they're so big. They literally look like you take like 2 or 3 of the big buildings and stick them together and lay them down. Then there's the ship. They're massive. They're massive. They're like 25 stories tall. That shit's crazy looking. It's insane. Oh, man. So explain to me why someone with limited time should start watching soccer, because
it's getting good in the States. MLS is starting to get respect around the world too.
I love when FIFA was it called the World Cup in Africa? That was amazing when Shakira was doing it and all that, waving the flag. I remember the song.
Yeah.
It was like waving flag and all
This
that.
World Cup's going to be insane, guys. It's never happened in the winter before. Like,
Yeah,
that's how
it's gonna be
corrupt this
interesting.
is that Qatar has a World Cup. And if it
How
was
does-
in summer, people would be dying because it's like 45-degree heat.
You know
Or
what
that's
though?
like 100. That's like Arizona, like 130 degrees.
Is it corrupt or is it fair? Because Qatar was never gonna get one unless they did
Yeah.
something. You know what I'm
Well,
saying?
Russia shouldn't have had it either. FIFA's terrible, man. It's sad that they did this to my favorite sport. Like, it's been
Yeah.
found out. They've been taking money bribes for
Oh, yeah.
so long. Like,
Oh yeah.
getting votes to stay in power and giving it to
Every
little
time I think of
countries.
some shit like this, I think of The Godfather 2 when they're all sitting at the table in Cuba and,
But I
and
was
the
like,
guy
how-
and the guy's talking and he's introducing everybody and he's like, from the Bell Corp American Telephone Company, and then from the import export business. They're all a bunch of legitimate businessmen, but every single one of them sitting there smoking a cigar. They're all a bunch of gangsters and shit with
Yeah.
a bunch of business days. It's just-
You
They
come
used
to
love
me,
it.
you come to me, my friend, and you don't invite
That's why
me.
they used to
This is what
love
happens
Cuba. They
when
were
you
all over it.
disrespect.
But yeah, Qatar, think about it. So they got, like, because they're having the World Cup in the winter, which is the prime middle of the season for European soccer, football.
and football. And
so they got this
NFL.
World Cup moved to that time. The clubs, everyone would have had to agree, and it hurts them huge financially. Like, for sure, it was paid off so Qatar could have a World Cup.
Mm-hmm.
You should see their stadiums; they're crazy. I
Yeah,
went
I
through
know.
Doha on the way back from Azerbaijan, and I went and saw a couple getting built. Like, so many people have died, like bringing in Africans and Middle Easterns to slave labor, pretty much, to build these stadiums.
It's really sad, to be honest.
And so many died, and they're crazy ass huge stadiums like Arizona, and they're air conditioned and everything. Like,
Yeah, I know. Like the one they built in Brazil, they just let it completely go.
yeah,
And
they
like-
just let some stadiums go from Olympics and World Cup.
I
Have you ever
heard
seen the
I heard
Jamaican
too
stadium? It's crap.
I heard too people were trying to go there and like move into it. People were leaving and trying to move into it in Brazil, and they had security out there running everybody out. They just let it dilapidate rather than just give it to the
Yeah.
people and let them live
See,
in the damn.
and that's
It's like
another
pouring
reason
them
for an
down.
NFL team to move to Brazil too. The stadiums are already there, man. That's what I'm saying. Like, you
He's
can very easily invest as an investor. Like, let's say I want to buy it, make it expansion team. It'd be
Listen,
so
there's-
easy. You could get a
There's some
stadium really
cattle.
easily.
There's some rancher cattle farmer out in Brazil. He can afford to build a stadium in 6 months if he wanted to. I'm not worried about the money.
They already have stadiums already built, not being used, bro.
Yeah, but that's not
refurbishment
really
costs
how they
nothing.
get down, though. You know what I'm saying? Take case in point. Once it becomes an international thing, now maybe in
If it goes
like
London, I could see it go in Germany. Do you remember
London-
when they used to have that World League? It was huge in Germany.
yeah, and London and Germany, they would because of the
And
land.
great stadium.
They would probably take a stadium, revamp it, make it NFL. But in certain places, they'll just
Tottenham
have a
made
brand,
theirs, so
they'll
it
have a
would be
brand
NFL.
new stadium thrown up. Like Brazil, I could see them popping a brand new one. I could see that.
Yeah.
They
don't know.
they can't like the Brits. They never like our sports because of the commercials, eh?
What? From
It
a
throws them
commercial?
off. Like, they're like, man, I'm watching commercials all the time. Because they like
Yeah.
rugby and soccer where it's continuous. You know,
My dad actually argues about that because, like, over there, when you watch games, like, there's hardly any type of advertisements on
they
the
don't want
screen.
anything on their screen like we do.
Yeah.
So they don't like racing, then, huh?
Oh, they like F1 over in England.
Yeah, they like
big time.
F1. F1 is huge,
Yeah.
very big.
I do know F1's huge in Europe. I mean, case in point, Miami just made $400 freaking
Oh.
gajillion dollars
You
in a
see
day.
them? They dominated the Kentucky Derby. All the celebs went to Miami.
murdered it.
man.
I know.
Yeah, Chelsea's new owner is talking about bringing F1 to that stadium, that area.
Everyone wants to bring
Does
F1.
Messi? Who does Messi play for now?
PSG.
PSG,
Oh,
Paris.
But dude, it's kind of bad because like that team has so many superstars. It's not
They
even
could never
funny.
get over the hump, eh?
They
Ali?
can never. They always lose it, man. It's ridiculous.
sounds like the Bills.
But yeah, if you're ever to get into soccer, the truly the best is World Cup and then the Champions League, the best clubs of Europe and England. Those are
Yeah.
the ones.
How does
But
it?
MLS is getting there, man. I'm always fighting the I didn't like MLS at first and thought, oh, it's just, not.
I don't know.
as
I was
good.
thinking about maybe
But now
checking
I'm
out the
always fighting a
Orlando
good
team.
fight for the MLS.
Maybe I'll go and
Moss,
check
are
out
you
the
going to come
Orlando.
to the FC series or no?
Yeah, I'm gonna come to Orlando. That's what I was saying to you, or I wrote it in the chat one time.
Oh, I must
F
not
soccer.
see it. Yeah, I'm gonna be
You'll have to wear Dolphins.
For once,
and
I
go,
agree with a
watch
Jets fan.
Arsenal, Chelsea.
Oh, that's a Jets fan?
Yeah, it's
Moss,
got a
you know
cart
the
that says
Jets
Jets
are
right
good.
on it.
more.
Boo.
Yeah, I know,
What's that,
right?
Ali?
I didn't mean any disrespect, to be honest.
Oh,
Nah.
you should see the banter.
Moss
You
is
put up with-
Canadian. You can't disrespect that guy.
We'll just say sorry over and over again.
What's up, Q?
What's up, my brother? What's up,
Dude.
Oos?
What's up, Oos?
Well,
Yeah, just having a
well,
good
look who it
conversation in the
is.
chat.
Q, I was
What up,
hearing
Ice
you're
Man?
not-
What did it do?
Q, I was hearing
What
you
it do,
don't
bro?
like it,
What did I do?
What'd you say, Moss?
Pittsburgh's pick so much.
You broke up.
What?
You broke up, Moss. What
Yeah,
you
you
said?
did.
Me?
Yeah, go ahead. We can hear you now. We just couldn't hear you.
Oh,
You
I
were
was
saying
saying
something.
Q. I was hearing you don't like your draft picks or something.
It's not I didn't like it. It was I wasn't agreeing with the pick, with the options that were available at that time. You had very good defensive, prospects.
Yeah.
And that wasn't all in my opinion.
You didn't want
This is
that
my
quarterback?
Are you
opinion.
sure?
I didn't want the quarterback. I wanted a defensive prospect. I saw that Devin Lloyd was on the board. N'Kobe Dean was also on the board,
I
which
wanted
we didn't
N'Kobe.
take.
Oh, Bush will be
Devin
back.
Lloyd.
Dude, it's
Bush
okay
will
to
be
say
back
that you
when we go on.
didn't want a quarterback that wears, 2 pairs of gloves. So it's okay.
And long sleeves.
No.
But
Stop
you-
putting
you
words
wear-
in my mouth, Ali.
He wears it.
I'm
He
messing,
wore it
I'm
year
messing.
round playing in that city. So I think, and they watched him. If anyone knew what Pickett can be, it's Pittsburgh.
He broke Dan
got him.
Marino's passing record in Pitt also. So
And that's what worries. And that's what worries me. Is
Too
that
much
1
pressure.
year wonder. That 1 year wonder season he had.
like
He
Johnny
had a
Manziel.
couple seasons. Yeah, he had that he had a couple
With his
seasons
small
before him.
hands, they always
And
talk
you
about.
know,
I think
But he
that's
has
no
a
smoke,
pocket presence.
right?
He really is
I
good
mean-
at pocket presence.
As I said before, remains to be seen, right? I got to see it first, right?
Yeah,
I'm
but
not
I
gonna
think
knock
he's
the
in a-
kid.
I think he's in
Capitan,
a
what do you
good
think about
situation.
small hands?
Hey, small hands, bro. Ain't nothing wrong with small hands, bro. You just gotta have
Small-
big feet. You know what I'm
Small
saying?
hands make it look bigger.
Like he's had these hands his whole life. He's obviously learned how to throw the football. Like, come
Wait,
on.
Yeah,
don't
that's-
you guys have Mitchell Trubisky?
Yeah, you have Mitchell.
We do have
Trubisky.
Mitch. We do have Mitch.
So he'll be starting, but if he becomes a bad, if he does bad, then you'll put in.
He
what's
looks
his
like
name?
Mitchell Trubisky of
What
the
about
Bears.
Rudolph?
Well, I don't know about that. Iceman. I don't know. I'm not certain if Mitch will start, but
What about
it's
Rudolph?
gonna be
He's been
interesting,
there.
bro.
I think he'll
Hell
start
no,
'cause
bro.
He learned
Hell
under
no.
Josh, sadly.
Not Rudolph.
Hell no.
I learned
F
something
him,
new,
dude. F Rudolph, bro.
by the
Rudolph
way.
and his red nose, bro.
Wait, you guys still have Rudolph?
Yeah, oh yeah,
Yeah.
he's gonna.
Yeah.
That's
That guy
QB1 right
sucks.
there, dude. That's
Oh my-
QB1.
I remember he got smacked by.
Why can't I be quarterback, huh? You're right. Let's see what you got. Hit me. I'm open. That's why. Now sit down and
Prepare.
Oh,
That always
Brucey.
cracks me up, man.
QB room looking straight, dog.
Yeah, but
Brucey.
I am confident because the team around him on both sides of the ball, they're very solid.
That's like a
Yeah,
British
yeah,
guy
yeah.
throwing the football.
Yeah, we're good. Man, I just came off the chat. When I came on, I just came off the chat. I think it took me like an hour 30 minutes. Man, I was defending the Dolphins, bro, against these Bills in the chat, bro.
I
Oh,
see
yeah.
him,
Me
bro.
too,
I
bro.
see
Me
him.
You
too.
know
Hey,
what?
Q, Q.
I see you in there. The Bills and some Jets fans in there.
Hey,
You know,
you know what? Hey, you Bills fans, hey, don't forget to hit like and subscribe. You know.
Oh yeah, bring the love, boys. Bring the love. This
Yeah,
is,
I'll
we can throw some scrapes.
And don't cry to us. And Bills fans, do not cry to us when Channing Tindall wants to lay the smackdown on Josh
Oh,
and
bro.
McJosh.
Bro,
Yeah.
I've got.
Hey,
footage
Iceman,
somewhere around
you don't
here.
want to scare them away, man. You want them
That's
to
what-
actually come on. The
No.
Tyndall will be
boys,
third
never-
down
the link is
every
down there.
time.
You know.
I
The
got
link is
Tyndall
down there,
ripping
you
off
know?
Allen's head right here.
I'm gonna rip your head off.
That's how this shit get real, bro.
He said no.
Coming for that head,
He
bro.
said no, mama.
Coming for that.
He said,
head.
nope.
Not today. We'll give Josh Allen a concussion. Oh, wow.
Oh,
Tyndall, don't you think, Capitan? He'll be like, for sure at the beginning or when we play Buff, he'll be like third down guy and just be like, hey, you're not running for the first down. Like,
I don't know if we play Buffalo week 1. I don't know if Tyndall will get that because Landon Roberts. Don't sleep on Landon Roberts, everybody. He's a pro.
he's all right.
Vet. Week 1, Landon Roberts, probably the best Landon Roberts we're ever gonna get. So if there's any time, probably if there was any time Landon Roberts gonna put the boom down on somebody, it's gonna be week 1 in LA. So
the schedule comes out tomorrow, right? At 5 p.m.
Day after tomorrow, Thursday.
Okay.
How do you guys feel about that rumor about the Thanksgiving?
I'm sorry, what?
About the Saints getting what?
The rumor is that the Dolphins are going to play the Lions in Thanksgiving. How do you guys feel about that?
Yeah, I heard that too.
I'm about it, bro. And Lions.
We used to get lots of those. Remember all those Miami-Dallas games back in the day?
Oh my God! Give me the Browns. Give me the Browns
Lions
on
love
Thursday.
to play on Thanksgiving for whatever reason, so that's why I'm kind of concerned about
the Browns.
I want to see. I want to see how many primetime games the Miami Dolphins are going to have.
They're going to only give us 3.
3 to 4.
Yep. I'm thinking 3, bro. I'm thinking
Thursday night football.
We'll get a Thursday night. Yep. We'll get a Monday night, and then and hopefully if things pan out, we'll get flexed.
Sunday night.
We'll get flexed into a Sunday night game or another.
Yeah, I don't think they like us like that, but I mean, I hope. I want to hear us on Sunday night for the first time in over 20 freaking years.
Bro, there's a lot of teams that spent a lot of big money this year. So there's been, the NFL makes it matchup, what will sell. They do divisional, but also you spend a lot of money. NFL, they scratch the back of their own. That's why it's stupid to say, but you'll probably see the Jets get 4 of them. Again, even though Jets got a bunch last year, too. It seems like the Jets every freaking year get a bunch. What's up, Crypto?
Hey.
Crypto.
What's going on?
What it is, what it do.
It looked like you were right, Crypto. You nailed it on the head with Sony.
What's going on?
Don't you think what NFL is so great and what Europe and England miss out on is the complete parity really NFL has? Like anyone beats anyone and any fan base can turn around your team, your sport. Now with Belichick and Brady gone, it's even more, even better.
And that's exactly what I've been telling these. And I've been telling the Bills fans in the chat. I've been telling them they've been talking about 66 and something. They've been talking about 7-1. I'm like, man, it doesn't matter, bro. This offseason, the Dolphins, that gap you guys are talking about, they closed it this offseason. That's a big gap, but they closed it. And so right now, this season,
our division's really tight.
You know what it is, Oos? You know what it is? Why these Bills fans and Jets fans? You know what it is?
Hate us because they ain't us. Exactly. They hate us because they ain't us.
That's right, though. That's it. That's what it is.
That's actually
that's a great saying.
I think here the parity is much more fair across the board. Teams can be just as good as other teams, whereas in soccer you have like the big teams that have all the money, and like Man City just prints year after year.
Well, you know what, Ali?
Millions.
Not to cut you off, but with division rivals and the ability to play upset even when all hope is lost, and then with the draft and how much a good draft, depending on what position and what you're getting, could change your franchise, you can root for your team to lose and be happy. In the NFL, they have figured a way where no one is upset in a given year. If you're a fan this year, I can give you reason why you should stay a fan next year. The hope is mainlined in there, ladies and gentlemen, and it's easy to sell and easy to buy and fun as long as we remember that it is a game, it is entertainment. Everybody chill the fuck out.
This is the difference between football and soccer. Right?
The best part of, Ali's going to talk about the business end of the Premier League. The bottom end, you don't want to be at either. There's no draft.
Yeah. Let me explain.
The bottom three, you get relegated. It's a huge thing every year. Like right now, we're talking about who's winning. It's more who's at the bottom.
Yeah, exactly. So basically, what it is that they have
wanted to have a thing on
that
that
are lower than the top league, right? And if you finish in the bottom two, or
Bottom
bottom
three, you go down.
You go down to a lower
You
division.
lose millions and
money. You're
millions.
just making less money. So the whole point is to be as competitive as possible year after year to stay above that zone of being deregulated.
But and the only way to get fresh talent,
lower.
but the only way to get fresh talent on these teams is by buying it. Am I right?
Buying.
Exactly.
Sell and buy. Yeah.
They have developmental schools, but there's no way of knowing you're going to get a superstar or not. You know.
And they have like minor league teams that they have.
Yeah,
I'm
you
assuming,
loan your
right?
young guys out to like lower league teams, and you want them to play
under 19,
sell them
under 15.
That's what I'm talking about, minor league. So let's say we're baseball, okay? So let's say you finished, out of all the teams, you finished in the bottom 3 of the entire standings from top to bottom. Those 3 teams are no longer in Major League Baseball.
Going to AAA.
The minor league team. That's basically the
Miami Marlins would go AAA.
Whoever's like
we would
top
have been there a long time ago.
in the minor league, they go up to the major leagues.
You know, speaking of which, I was so mad about Derek. I call him Derek Liar, Derek Cheater. Because, bro, when he came to us, he goes and says, I'm not going to touch the outfield. My man, you traded Marcell Ozuna, Christian Yelich, Golden Glove, MVP. I mean, the list goes on. I mean, he destroyed our team.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't want to. I feel you, Iceman, because I know what you're talking about. In some degree, I'm not big on baseball, honestly. The Marlins destroy themselves every time. The deals he did was come and play his fucking part, bro.
Yeah,
true.
That's it.
You know,
happened many times already.
Yeah, bro. I don't blame him.
We were on our way in 2016
He's just one of them.
with Jose Fernandez, and then tragedy.
You know what? They to me,
terrible.
We're constantly poached of our talent for investors, for other things to make money at the behest of the fan base, which is why they don't have one.
Yep.
And it's a shame. It's a shame too, because there's with football having, CTE and stuff like that, and parents waiting till their kids are a little older to play. Baseball in its time of dying could find a fresh breath of new life if they were playing their cards right. Again, MLB, come holler at your boy. I'll hook you up too. I got the ideas, ladies and gentlemen. I'll help you all out.
Yeah, baseball's dying off. All their fans are old, man.
It doesn't have to.
You're exactly right. They play it wrong all the time.
They play it wrong. So there's a way.
Like NFL and NBA, they've got into these blockchain things, like for not cards, but like the moments, like NBA
NFTs.
Top Shot, the NFT stuff. And baseball, that's like perfect for you. Like get in on it early. They won't even think of it. Like it'll be
baseball's they're too run. There's too many cooks in the kitchen. They're always fucking arguing amongst each other. It's kind of like
themselves.
I don't know. They need
they
a couple
jacked up on steroids.
Nah, they got no proper leadership where someone will be respected and everyone will just do it.
Yeah, like Yankees and Dodgers spend 10 times more than everyone. Like
their prime was in the 80s, in my opinion. I mean, at that time it was running smooth.
They had that extra breath when everyone was all juiced
no
up
allegations.
Their cap space. Maybe they should have more structured cap space.
That's
a little bit. They have not.
You know what? There's no healthy. Again, there's no young crop coming in, immediate impact, change game stuff, because they got that feeder system, farm system. They put them in and all that.
Baby, Blue Jays.
NBA, kid comes right out of college after 1 year. Some are coming out of high school. It's so anticipated for the next big thing of it being and changing the game.
That was a huge thing this morning. That thing you were talking about last night or whatever, that the Duke kid, number 1, and them call the British guy calling him.
Sky Sports.
The Good Morning Football was all over that this morning.
Oh yeah, it's one of the great things of doing late night is that
you're before them.
Everybody, if you're catching this show in the morning, people listening, Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, you're gonna beat everybody to the punch because all the other shows don't get to it till later because. I don't know. We just get caught. And it's funny too, some of the things that we bring to light at the nighttime, no one saw it coming. Like I thought for sure that everyone would be talking about Tua.
Yeah, this late night thing is good, man. Like you and Ali are always telling us stuff that just like happening like during the shows. And...
Well, at night, Tua. Fuck! I totally lost it.
Sorry, man. Sorry.
Nah, you're good.
Chris, back to the point. Back to the where we're talking about baseball was kind of like dying out because the fans are old and stuff. I mean, what's his name? Kyler Murray is a good It's a good case in point. Like, if he went played Major League Baseball, would he be as big as he is now in the NFL?
I certainly wouldn't see him for my whole rest of my life. That's just how I feel about it.
I mean,
I would
Michael
never
Jordan,
see Kyler Murray.
It's hard to decide, man. Like,
well, think of this.
What if you're awesome baseball? You could have a huge, long career, make a ton of money, not be hurt.
A lot of people.
Football, he knew he was going to be a star.
Well, a lot of people who love football also could love basketball or this, but there's so many people that don't watch baseball at all.
Yeah. I would watch a few games here and there, but I wouldn't watch like all. How many games is it? 30?
It's 117,
140 something games. Hell,
160.
160. And to you, Iceman, you was talking about Michael Jordan playing baseball. The only reason why baseball had eyes, on their sport is because Michael Jordan is, Michael Jordan.
And it made them money. See, that's what I'm saying.
With all his accolades, he went to baseball.
Marino and Elway were baseball too. Yeah. They didn't do it.
And Deion Sanders.
There's been lots.
Yeah, Trucker Sean is 1981. It's just boring, bro.
Yeah, it is.
It's boring.
Yeah, plain and Jane, bro.
Make it 7 innings only.
Make
it 7
stripping.
Innings. And bring the bases in a little bit closer and make the outfield a little bit wider and bigger and put one extra man out there and have it, I don't know, make it 4 pitches instead of 3 and maybe they get
make it exciting, right? Make it exciting, make it
more, do something.
Yeah. Appear more,
ball be allowed to carry the bat around the bases the first
time. You're kind of right, Chris. They've thrown the tradition out with now steroid guys can't go Hall of Fame. Like the stats, the traditions they always talk about, they've been throwing that out long ago.
Babe Ruth was on steroids and tobacco and cocaine, and he did it nasty style,
He was on beers and.
Listen, I don't know what he was on, but I don't give a damn. That's it between him, his God, and his
I think they should let them fight a little instead of them trying to pull everyone apart and everybody runs out of the field.
Just
let
go.
the pitcher and the batter fight a little bit and then jump in.
Who made
you had
it
a
really
dude straight
interesting?
cracking jaws when he got up to the friggin' to hit the ball. The pitcher he could be getting his head. Now he's cracking the ball, too. You know what I'm saying? There's a psychological battle too.
AQ,
I mean, hockey has more buzz, than baseball because they always put out fights, the fights.
Well, you notice this when hockey gets in like a stalemate, especially in the playoffs. You can see this because guys are tired and beat up. They'll be like in a game and both the teams, and it's past the halfway point, and they're just going back and forth. No one scored, nothing's happening. Well, one of the leaders on either one of these teams, they'll know they need to spark this. They could feel it getting dead, and they'll just throw hands just to breathe life into the game to spark their team. Or maybe it punches them in the face and it gets the other team to overdo them. But you know what it doesn't sit? It don't sit at boring. That's what it doesn't sit at.
And you know what
Something
it does
happens.
is they've tried to get fighting out of the game. The crowd gets way into it when there's a fight, and then the rest of the game's fired up.
It's so much better in a hockey game, personally. Just my own opinion.
X-Man, what was you about to say? Ask me.
Oh, no, bro. I was going to say quickly, bro. Besides the baseball talk, I saw your man, Najee Harris, bro. He's becoming a legend off the field. Like, he's doing a lot off the field, and I think he's about to get Walter Payton next year, dude. Did you see what he did this past weekend for those kids?
No, what happened?
Yeah, I watched
it. He went all the way to Mexico, and he's like, it's on the NFL actually on the app on Instagram. He goes out to Mexico.
That. Yeah,
it was remember the old Play 60, the Play 60, NFL Play 60 minutes. Yeah, I think they're still doing that in Mexico.
Yeah, they went to Mexico, but he was the only one that went. No other NFL player went, so he was having fun and doing it all, and he even donated all his money. But he's been doing it ever since he's been drafted, honestly. So. Yeah. You guys found a gem there, bro. I'm kind of jealous that you guys got Najee.
Bro. Yeah, I'm kind of jealous too. Najee's story is very
Najee's a
interesting.
good
If you
dude.
ever actually find out where he came from and what he had to overcome and everything. So,
And I'll give you guys this too, because the Steelers are a classy organization because you guys kept Ben Roethlisberger and retired him. That's exactly what the Dolphins did to Dan as well. So I respect you guys for that. But on
Well,
top of
they
that,
kinda
did you see how the
squeezed Dan
Patriots
early.
couldn't even keep
I
their
wanna be
Tom
real.
Brady? So that's the big difference. That you guys are owned by a family and they are very respectful. So kudos to that.
And that's just it. That's just it, bro. We as fans are spoiled to the T because we have ownership that displays a lot of
Passion.
what you call classiness. Yeah, they're also loyal. And so what
Yeah.
they do, we feed off, and then that's what we
You guys
boast
are not like
about.
the Ford family that
Tomlin's
like
a
just
great dude,
chopping it
man.
up
He's
and then
helped a
screwing
lot
people
of
over.
coaches.
The Ford
Well,
family can help, but no.
You know what the problem is? There's so many promises not kept that the fan base, I wouldn't call them so spoiled as much as they've had enough. And I'd rather see the fan base fight back than the fan base lay down.
Yeah.
Because if they lay down, then you got a real problem. Anthony says, panel, the issue with big leagues in Europe, they don't have salary cap. It causes these big teams on the verge of bankruptcy every year.
Moss, you want to take that one?
Yeah, it's just really corrupt. Like Real Madrid and Barcelona in this pandemic way killed Italian and Spanish clubs way more than in England. But they going out, they get with the finance and they get new $1 billion loans when they're already way negative and in the bad books, and then they still buy huge players. Like,
In
I
fact,
don't know how they get away with it.
Real Madrid and Barcelona get financially backed by the government mostly.
Yeah, they
Yeah,
get
see,
these
that
loans, they
shit
get these
we
loans
can't
that
allow.
are so shifty.
We can't allow when NFL becomes international. Remember this day, guys.
The
'cause in
England teams
15,
are not
20
like that.
years, I'm just saying when the international dollars pushing around, we can't be having our team take money from the government to pay themselves.
Like
Because it's going to
Putin
come out
buys
of
the team.
our ass. I don't think so.
It
bro.
only
We don't
hurts
like
the
that.
fans in the end, man.
Well, they borrow our money to pay for their shit. They're making money. Then
Their
they jack up
mistake.
the prices where I can't go in.
And then the taxes go up, and they look at us like we the fools. And I'm like,
Yep, and then the neighborhoods
They look
around
like
the
Boo Boo
area
the Fool, bro.
Free
priced
land,
out. We
tax-free
know what this is.
building.
They call it gentrification, but really it's hostile takeover. Fuck you
yeah.
guys.
It's like a big mafia, basically. It's like
what it
a
is,
bully from lunch basically wants your lunch food or all that good stuff in school.
Well, they borrow the money to
But he
buy
found-
all your
yeah.
shit. Yeah, they borrow your money and then buy, the weapons.
They bypassed any laws that regulated that type of thing, right? They bypassed it, and that's how they did. So when you take money, you owe them back.
Well, they buy the paper. That's what they buy first.
Yeah.
So then they write the narrative.
Moss, Liverpool's owned by an American too, aren't they?
Yeah, the owners of Liverpool is Fenway Group. They own the Red Sox, New England Revolution.
Oh,
They
Please
own a
tell me you guys watched
WNBA
Ted
team, I
Lasso.
think. They own Liverpool is probably the biggest part of it.
Irish
and
mob.
then they just bought Pittsburgh Penguins this last year too, hockey.
Oh my god.
See,
Everything's just like every industry in the world. Sports has become that entertainment where you diversify your assets. You get a whole bunch of different giant conglomerates together, and maybe one sport's down, and you use your other sport to finance the other one, and
Must, where you coming from, bro?
I'm Canadian.
Where you from,
man.
bro? You're Canadian, bro?
the
Man, you're
Great
very
White North.
informed, bro. You're well informed, especially
I've
in
been a sports fan since early '80s, man. Dolphins, Marino, Arsenal, Boston Bruins.
I'm talking about you. Do you watch rugby too?
Not so much, no.
Not
Just
so
when
much.
there's
Okay.
just when there's a World Cup.
World Cup,
US
World
is
Cup.
actually
Yeah,
better in Canada now at rugby.
Yep. What's his name again? That black speaker, the black dude. Baker. Something
Rugby?
Baker. That dude is
USA because of the universities. They're getting really good at rugby.
That dude can fly, bro. That Baker dude, that dude can fly, bro.
And you've seen so many like Aussie rugby guys are punters and
Yeah. I think New Zealand and South Africa, they're the ones that run in the show. Then you got the occasional, contenders.
Hey, fellas.
What's going on, Tony? Long time no see, my brother.
Tony Manzano.
Hey, I have a question for everybody. This is an honest question. With a team like the Packers, who's basically owned by their fan base, do you think I know their tradition.
I know
won't
that.
allow them to happen. Allow that to happen. But do you think that franchise, being that the franchise is run by the fan base, is going to go defunct and stuff like that because they don't have a tradition? They don't have a
It makes
traditional
them.
owner.
I don't think so, man.
No, because they get 100% buy-in.
Yeah, they run it like a non-profit too. So,
but that also is a deficient.
Yeah, so you cannot be taxed.
Yeah.
If it's a non-profit,
Packers
then
have like a 30-year wait list for season.
Yeah, it also adds to deficiencies to the team. It almost handicaps them in a sense because you'll never see like the Packers do what the Rams did and trade everything, sign all these badass players, and everything, or what we're doing. When they go to sign free agents, they have to sit in front of a panel. They thoroughly discuss it and make sure it's financially.
Yeah, it really hurts their negotiation for sure. Which is why it always hinges on them having a marquee quarterback. Because if they don't have one, well, you saw what they do. They tank and go get one.
That's what I'm worried with a team like that. They're gonna become even more regional because
we're like the Green Bay Packers of CFL.
Chris, what do you mean they run it like a non-profit organization?
It's all
board of directors.
It's all up and down board of directors where everyone's getting paid.
Taking,
Yep. Yeah, there's no.
So nothing about the Green Bay Packers, because you guys do know that if it's a non-profit organization,
the
they don't get
NFL.
taxed.
The NFL is a non-profit organization.
Really?
The NFL's like
you have to reinvest it.
The NFL is a non-profit.
Yep, they make the season ticket holders pay every year renewable.
That's
if you
exactly.
You get reduce your seed and
you learn something every day. You learn something new.
That's
good way.
I didn't know that.
I can't believe I'm saying this. The NFL's like FIFA. They're a non-profit organization, but they have
different rules, Tony.
No, but FIFA,
FIFA gets government money. The NFL does not get any government money. They get no government money.
But also, non-profit organizations don't get taxed by the IRS.
Like Qatar.
They don't get government money yet. And they will, because they're going to be, I'm telling you, there's going to be a federal action committee that's going to be in monitoring of the NFL. It's going to happen. It's a done deal. It will happen.
Get it in place now, because England is.
I think it's already happened, Chris, since COVID. Now they got rules and regulations for everything.
You know what? You know what's pushing this to the next step. One of the most international owners we have here, the Stephen Ross litigation, because of the allegations of throwing football games and stuff. While in the first year of active betting, mind you.
Crazy.
But we all knew that. We all knew that.
Whether it's gonna happen or not, they're gonna quash that perception of tanking. They have to, because now there's money on the line, internationally speaking. They're gonna bring it in. You're gonna see some refs get hung out to dry. Maybe a coach. Maybe some equipment people. Nobody. A bunch of fall guys. They'll get strung up and trotted out.
We have some breaking news, Chris.
What's that?
Bitcoin is up 5% within the last 10 minutes.
Let me give you the breaking news moniker, Crypto.
I'm getting
Hold on.
killed on the market.
Hold on, Crypto. Let me give it to you, buddy.
This is a TFTG breaking news report.
There you go. Bitcoin is up 5%.
I'm your host, El Capitan.
What is it, Crypto, with the breaking news report?
Bitcoin has risen 5% within the last 2 hours.
So, like in the world,
are we heading up? Where's
Asian
Bitcoin sit?
Or what?
The dead cat bounce. It's called a dead cat bounce.
Yeah, I know. I don't know that, but where's it at? Is that 39? Is it over 39,000 yet?
Not yet.
It's on
its way back. It's on its way back.
If you become a multi-millionaire overnight, don't forget about us.
No, crypto's like myself. I won't be a millionaire for 3 more years.
I mean, Crypto, if you win it, bro, please own the Dolphins.
Yes, I will. Me and Stephen Ross have some backdoor deal for me to
just chop
take
it
over
up
the
with
team.
him. You know, you can say, hey, give me 45%. You could keep the rest. As long as we get rings, I'm good.
Yes, man. Crypto gonna tell him, give me 60-40.
Exactly. That's the rate. Yeah, exactly, Q. It'll go to 60% of the Dolphins. We give you 40%.
So,
Exactly.
Hey,
Chris,
Chris,
how come you always know these? How come you always know these? Like these players are coming in to visit and talk, or do they work out too? Like you're talking about Akeem Hicks, you're talking about Sony Michel coming in to get looks at Miami.
Oh, Akeem Hicks hasn't come to the facility. Akeem Hicks and Drew is represented by Drew Rosenhaus. Drew Rosenhaus said to a local reporter that ended up getting picked up in a bigger way. But early on, I heard from the local grapevine that he was in town and mentioned that Akeem
You're
Hicks
just hearing
and
locally,
Carlos
it's not
Dunn.
Twitter. Okay.
Oh, well, I mean, I get some from Twitter,
Bit of
but
both.
I got quite a few local things I lean on around here. They're a lot more solid, my local
Yeah, I hear you.
leanings. Like knock out of the park,
Well, Hicks is my
guaranteed.
boy. He's from Saskatchewan, man.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Who is this now?
Akeem Hicks. He's a beast, man.
Oh, he is. That's
Have
why I
you seen
wanted
him on the
Hicks.
Bears?
Yeah, he inquired about. And now Sony Michel, they brought him in and then they signed him.
Oh. We signed him.
Yeah, we signed him today.
Yes, Sony Michel is a Miami Dolphin.
No way.
1 year, $2 million.
yeah.
$1 million.
I think he'll have a solid good 1 year with us.
No, we just need JC
Well,
Treader.
So Mostard's
it's
for
kinda
real
going-
then. He's really hurt then.
Yeah, it's looking like Mostert is. I think they were waiting on this second medical. Well, from what I'm hearing, they were waiting on this second medical report timeline, and it was bad news, not good news.
Oh,
and that was like a week or so ago when
we
everyone
only
was
did a
beating up.
1 year deal. It won't hurt us bad.
Well, no, I think they're just gonna play it safe. They're
He's on
going
a
to start
prove it
him out.
deal.
They're going to start him out on IR for
the
half the
Buffalo.
season. Yeah, or
See how it goes. See how he heals.
But
Let
if
him
he's
sit on
doing all that,
PUP, and then he comes back full
See how
strength
he
later in
rehabs.
the season
For the
and we get that.
playoffs.
That's right. That's right.
Man, when he
Yeah.
gets,
And what is he doing for
when
the
he gets
playoffs?
going, man, he pulls off 2 hundies. Like
When he gets that high step kicking,
Yeah.
when he
It's like
comes
you're gonna see
through
the
the
Bills in the
middle of the
playoffs. You're
field
gonna
and
be
he
like-
gets that high step kicking, and then
but he
'cause
runs hard
when
and he
his
gets
knees
hurt.
get high like that, he takes a step to any direction and then he takes off. But it's hard to see where he's going and he's hard to tackle. He breaks
He's like an
tackles by
old school running back, eh?
He is. He kind of runs like a little bit like Barry used to run. You know what I'm saying?
Roger
With his
Craig,
knees
yeah.
all out there.
Something I saw about Sony Michel. I know some people are not so high on him or whatever. He
Next
actually
Walter
has
Payton.
some okay pass blocking skills.
Oh yeah.
So
tough
that was
dude.
also
He's relentless,
one
bro.
of the ways he
He's
would fit
another
in.
Georgia. We keep getting Georgias.
And shout
played
out
with Nick
California. I banned the
Yeah.
bot. They always
Georgia is the
change
place to be, man.
addresses.
Georgia.
Yes, sir.
Georgia's
they had
on
Nick
my
Chubb, They
mind.
had Sony.
Georgia's
They
on
had
Finn's mind.
Yeah, you can depend on Georgia for good running backs. You can depend on Florida for some good running
Linebackers.
backs. DBs come out of Florida, fire wide
Florida
receivers.
FSU is
yeah.
known for corners. I'll give FSU
Washington
corners.
Huskies, DBs.
Yeah,
on.
Florida's definitely
Yeah,
known for
it's just like,
cornerback.
if you want an offensive lineman, you're looking for
Iowa.
Nebraska, Iowa.
Nebraska and
yeah.
Iowa, definitely
Yeah,
Iowa.
Michigan.
Yeah. If you're looking for
Wisconsin.
quarterbacks,
Wisconsin
you're probably
known for
looking
outside
towards
linebackers.
California.
Alabama,
And,
D line, O line.
Yeah, it's regionally where
You go
these
get-
guys end up going.
Yeah, you
funny.
got to get your
Or at least
linebackers out of Penn
or at
State.
least where they're born and the stock comes from. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
It's all right. You guys didn't talk about the Hurricanes not once. It's all right. It's
I
chilling.
said South getting DBs and
Oh,
everything.
my
They
bad,
getting DBs and wideouts, man.
And wide receivers, DBs and wide receivers all day. Now, and it's weird because then like 5 years from now, every running back will come out of South Florida. It's just how it goes. Whatever the new crop of thing comes in. And again, if you look at
They come in
what was it,
waves.
American Heritage and St.
St.
Thomas
Thomas Aquinas.
Aquinas, and there's
Your guys'
One or
high
two
school.
other-
North
Columbus.
Dakota State, watch out for that school now. They're
There's
starting to
like-
breed some good ones.
every graduating class averages, I think it's 7 NFL athletes or something
Yeah.
like that in the last
Florida,
few years out of
Florida
St.
high
Thomas.
schools
I went
are
to-
crazy.
Yeah.
I went to
Yeah,
Christopher
Florida High
Columbus
School, that's a good one, yes.
Where'd
I
you
went
go,
to-
Ice?
I went to Christopher Columbus High School in Miami. And
Christopher,
I went to Dion Bush, who got drafted by the Chicago Bears, was in my class.
No
Mhm.
I also
shit.
had Trajan Bandy, who went to UM, but he
I
was
know
with
Trajan.
Columbus.
I also had class with some. Nah, he's in jail. I'm not going to say his name. He had a chance. We had he was a running back. He was actually being trained by Jim Kelly. Went to my school as well, to Columbus. There's a huge poster with Jim Kelly. So that was about it. But yeah, those are the only legends I could say about Columbus. St. Thomas had the Nick Bosa and the Joey Bosa. I mean, that was just crazy.
It's common knowledge here because Florida, they do feeder schools for these programs. Like, so say if over here on the West Coast, my son becomes a big touted linebacker per se, they have a full on booster program where the coach and the kid goes to school over there, and seasonal, like football is inbred in Florida in a way that would make other states blush. And I know they say it in Texas stuff, but like the money, the movement, the pumping out elite athletes, it's such a massive part of the culture here in South Florida in particular, all over the state, but South Florida. I mean, you can't go to a strip mall without finding a sports medicine doctor or something to that effect relative to sports. And the money that goes, I'm talking guys that make shirts and jerseys, cleats guy, dude. You know, the guy that makes the trophies, everything. It's so
Hey,
much.
I got the name now. My bad. I was so crazy. Dalvin Cook went to Columbus for the summer program, and then he went to Booker T. Washington, and then he balled out in Booker T.
He killed it in Booker T, bro. He changed that whole school when
he changed it. He made it what it was.
School. Now Booker T's always mentioned in
and
the
Columbus
big
was dumb because he did, and it is truth. He did distribute marijuana in the summertime because he had to make money. I understand you have to do what you got to do, make that hustle. But the Columbus Explorer man, the brothers,
you know what I'm
kicked him out
interested in is
it.
this new class of athlete we're gonna get. It's a double-edged sword, really, because of the NIL deals and people making money and all that stuff. I think in the immediate future, well, we're already seeing it have problems where there's money and players. I mean, there's college players next year are gonna make like $3 million. There's people coming in the NFL.
Man. Everything's gonna change. Eh?
It's not a bad thing, but it could be a bad thing.
They passed the law for the NCAA kids to get money now, like brands and all that.
Everything, NIL deals, big deal now.
So like finally, that NFT thing might be
good. It's good
for college,
but I think we're gonna see. Okay, like if I'm in college, a kid that would normally come out of college as, say, like a quarterback, for instance, we'll just use quarterback in this scenario. Say he's making $1.5 million a year. Well, first of all, an 18, 19-year-old kid making $1.5 million a year is going to present all of its own problems. But here he is in his third year, draft eligible. There's going to be a fine line where he goes, hey, you know what? I'll stay in high school or in college another year or 2 years. He makes $7-8 million, never even goes to the NFL.
Yeah,
now, is that going to be good? Maybe because now we get players, rather than getting drafted in the first round and they flop, they'll just never go in because they got the money. If they don't have the heart, they were just in it for the money or the education.
Like Johnny Manziel's will already have made a ton of cash.
Something like Johnny Manziel had money. That he's more inventive for fame. Money. He'll never stop. It's more about fame for him.
My concern with the NIL is the transfer portal and how it's being used now. There's no loyalty anymore.
There's no contract.
They need to change that. They need to stop that.
Well, they got to have it, and they got to have it right. But what they got to do is they got to lock it down. You can't come to my school, make $3 million, and just jet the
and then
fuck
leave the next year.
Yeah, you can't have that. But they're doing it, and they're using it in an ipso facto free agency, which I like. Listen, there's a lot of families that are going to benefit in a lot of ways from people who got money who could give some to some of these people. If my son is coming out and there's a school. Say, I don't know, we'll use South Carolina, for instance, going to give me $200,000 to my son, help with this whole deal and all the other nonsense. But Alabama's going to give me $500,000, and I'm weighing the two options, or vice versa. South Carolina is going to give me $500,000, and Alabama's going to give me $100,000.
Capitan, how does that money go though? Like, let's say if the guy gets $1 million, does it go to his school? It's like books?
No, they get they get the money.
They get cash.
Oh, so they get to
the
keep
money.
it for like
Yes,
okay.
you are now allowed to pay players
Is this going to be just nationwide? Like I heard it was
nationwide.
like conference
Nationwide
by conference,
is on your
state by
side.
state rules, but
It's
they're just
nationwide.
going to go blanket do it.
Yeah.
Moss. It's
No.
an NCAA sanctioning lift, basically.
Yep.
So it's all
What's up, Color?
Long time
school
coming, man. Long time.
Shout
coming.
out, Color.
What's up,
What's up,
guys?
OG?
Sorry,
What it do,
what's
Color?
up, everybody?
You know what, Color? Maybe this is a
Color?
topic. Maybe this is a topic you and Tonk can dig into the weeds tomorrow on TMI. This
On the,
NIL deal, the NIL deals.
Right, and the payment, pay for play, and all that.
Yeah,
What's
just the
that
whole
gonna look
thing.
like?
I mean, listen,
Yeah.
it's already looking. They've now in the beginning. I think it was Tony Gonzalez that was saying it. I can't remember exactly, but an ex player came out in front against NIL deals, not against them from happening, but how they need to before they release it, have it regulated. I mean,
What you can and can't do, yeah.
unanimously torched by the NCAA, by schools, which for a long time the schools never wanted this, but all of a sudden they've changed it because they realize it can help them. Like USC, who has faltered, or Stanford can now actually go get a pass rusher. You know what I'm saying? They can fix their teams. It helps the schools in the short term. Well, now not a year and a half later, or not even a full year later, they're asking for the federal government to get involved. Round and fucking round we go, boys and girls, because this is going to my point. The federal government will be involved in our sports, meaning that we have billionaires and their toys being in business with our government. And I just want to point out, not in a geopolitical way, but look no further to how other sports franchises and governments work. We just need to watch everything that's going on. We love these teams. I want all this cool shit. I believe in some regulation, some understanding. But let's not let these motherfuckers pull the wool over our eyes. So
These are young guys, young people, man.
There's a high school player that is a college football recruit that has signed an NIL deal that's worth up to $8 million.
No way.
Let me get a piece, yo.
Yeah, I thought the biggest thing I saw prior to that was like $1.5 million.
No, I've been hearing $3 and $5 million deals going on right now.
Yeah.
Imagine if Reggie Bush was playing.
That's what people are saying. They're like, well, but think about it. Reggie Bush plays 4 years. He makes $25 million. Does he ever go to the NFL?
I don't think so.
I think that's why he asked for his Heisman back. Something to do with the
Yeah,
NIL.
give him back his Heisman. That's not cool.
You know, where this is going to serve the best, this NIL deal, is the guy who's the second year senior, who's been only getting special team snaps last year, fought his way onto the roster, and in a pinch on his second year season, never going to be an NFL prospect, but he ends up getting a pick six as a safety to win a football game. He'll be able to capitalize with an NIL deal, and for that month or that week, do a bunch of commercials.
How is it amateur sports anymore?
It's not.
Well,
at that point, like the only thing that concerns me is like how is it college anymore? Like what I think we really
has it been?
I'm thinking they really need to pump the brakes and start to think about something like doing it in a different way. Like, yeah, the kids need to be paid, but how about like they always have been, except now we look the other way, sort of like they do in the NFL with the legal tampering period. You know,
maybe they'll take their business classes a little more serious with making some dough.
Well, I mean, what about the guy that barely got to college? I mean, you're going to have a big time hierarchy created on the campus, man. Not that you already don't.
Schoolwork has been a joke forever, Color.
I mean, what happens when the colleges start protesting themselves because of the rich cats upstairs?
You know,
they're all playing
Color,
football.
you make a good point about that.
That's a fucking good point,
because
Color.
what happens if they get older in life? Like Capitan was saying earlier, like if they get into the 4 year and they're making $25 million, they're gonna say to themselves, you know what? I'm good. I'm not going to the draft, and I'm gonna just be like, that's gonna hurt because
call them a college student anymore.
You only get the guys that love it for the game, man.
They gotta have
they're gonna
some
be
kind
paying
of
for money.
paid up here.
They gotta have some kind. Well, then the problem is, and I'll relate this to Tua because it's the new breed of athlete. I've
You
never
would have been
seen.
rich already.
I've never seen an athlete come into a team with such a polished product already. Before he's done anything as an NFL professional, the fan base, the product, what it was bought and sold in that tangible asset, you're going to get those all over the damn place. You're going to get a pass rusher that's a multimillionaire that might feel entitled, been a millionaire the last 3 years and infamous at whatever college you went to, and you're saying, I want to pick you with my 8th overall pick. He's like, I don't think so. I'm not going to Minnesota. I'm not going to Tennessee. There's going to be, or guys will go, you know what? I'm not going to, or I'll just stay one more year in school. So you better draft me Seattle that I want to be at or whatever team. This could get out of control.
And one concussion and done. One concussion, one bad injury, they're done.
I'm just saying it could get out of control. Done. I'm already a millionaire.
See, if they were smart with that money, I would save that money, invest it for my future family. And if let's say, because football's not a guarantee for the NFL, it's a 1% that always makes it. So if you know that you're balling out and you want to make it to the NFL, then fine. But if you know that you're just doing it for now, then save that money.
Look at how much success a failure can get, Iceman, when you talk about sensible things. Look how much success a failure can get in the world of infamy and sports.
Yep.
Johnny Manziel keeps getting chance after chance after chance, and guess
Did
what?
he come to CFL?
When he goes and plays, but I'm just saying when he goes and plays some 7-on-7 thing or whatever, guess what? Everybody watches it. It still gets buzz, and he still makes money.
True.
My point is, look at the success of a failure in the world of the new world coming. You do it right and play your cards right. Everything. Welcome to the theater. Welcome to the illusion.
Johnny Manziel now is still playing.
Boys.
Yeah. Anyway, guys, I gotta get going. I have to be up in 4 hours to drive to Orlando. So
I hear you, man.
Holler out there.
Thanks.
Ali,
Thanks
we're
for
gonna have to leave out.
No disrespect. I'm just.
We're gonna get third place.
That's not how it goes.
Yep. Ali, Saturday, right, buddy?
Yeah, Saturday. Somewhere around 9:30, 10 o'clock ish. I'm thinking.
Yep, 9:30, 10 o'clock, guys. Color and Ali gonna do a Saturday show, guys. Check it out.
Manziel showed up and couldn't even.
Yeah, bring your kids, bring your wife, bring everybody.
Yep.
Make sure you hit the like button, subscribe.
Yep.
You ever need any gear? The Fanatics link, use it down below.
Yeah.
July 20th, Ali.
There goes the Fanatics right there.
I'll be in the supporters section with my Chelsea fans though. But I'll be there with my dad.
How about we wear Dolphins and we go together, man?
That's true. Listen to this. So my dad is a Manchester United fan through and through. I'm a Chelsea fan, and I'm taking him in the supporters section with me. It's gonna be so bad.
I'm a Ted Lasso fan.
You're an Arsenal fan?
No, I said I'm a Ted Lasso fan because I've been watching.
Have you guys ever watched Ted Lasso? Anybody here?
Yes, season 1, 2. I just got.
I don't even know what it is.
Super good, I guess.
It's really good. I highly recommend it.
Even the British guys like it.
Yeah,
it's really good.
It's a comedy on Apple Plus or Apple TV.
Yeah.
And as many plugins as I got, I'm not getting Apple TV. I just can't.
I won't do it. I'm with you, Chris.
But,
I got so many shit I pay. I even support local papers and stuff like that. I got something's got to give.
I cheated the Apple. I saw Verizon had it for a 1-year plan for free, so I got the Verizon plan.
See, I did. I didn't take that. I took Disney. I got kids.
Hey, Disney not bad. You're about to go see
you get
Obi-Wan
ESPN,
Kenobi
right down there.
Hey, Chris, I got you, bro. I got the Ghost Link, bro.
Ooh, who's gonna drop the deuce, bro? Who's gonna drop the deuce?
Take care, Ali.
Gotta keep down the hush hush. You know what I'm saying?
Happy birthday, Ali, guys!
Happy
everybody
birthday,
today.
buddy.
It's
Happy birthday, Ali.
Oh, thanks.
Happy birthday.
Can't wait till Saturday. Well, I'm sure we'll see you before.
Hey, Ali.
Go have fun in Orlando.
Yes.
Ali, before you go, I want to show you this something.
Okay.
You see that? You made it to the big.
Hold on, let me pull it up.
Your TV, bro. I like that.
You made it to the big screen, buddy.
Uh-oh.
100 inches of Ali right there.
My
100 inches of Ali.
I feel you. I
will
feel
show you a world.
There you go. The Fins tailgate is faded live on the 100-inch screen. There you go.
Oh, wow, look at that.
Look at that.
Must look really awesome at 100 inches, man.
Yeah, look at that. You captured in time right
I
there.
guess crypto ain't hurting that much, is
It's
it?
his Kodak moment.
It's a Kodak moment
Yes,
for the
sir.
Fins
Crypto can
tailgate.
see us so clear now. He can actually, he's got goods on us now.
Yeah.
And that's a rare active camera on crypto's end. You won't see crypto, but you'll see some of crypto shit. Rare active crypto camera right now.
Yeah.
That's a real treat for your birthday, Ali.
That's the perfect
I like that.
caption right there.
You see my big head.
Yeah, you guys will see me on camera. I have a webcam, so you guys actually get to see me.
Ah, cool. Are we gonna see you Saturday, Ali?
Oh yeah, you're gonna see me full blown.
Big reveal.
All right.
You're gonna come out with the drip.
You go to all the
Gonna come out with the
Orlando
drip, Ice
That's
Man. That's
Saturday.
right. Yeah, like Tonk.
What's going on
Everybody,
Saturday?
y'all want to see the drip? Go watch Tonk on TMI Tuesday, boy. My boy comes out with some jewelry.
I'm gonna
hanging
bring
out.
some of that McDaniel swag. That's what I'm gonna do.
Oh,
Daniel.
looking like a tuna.
The McDaniel swag. Uh-oh.
I'm gonna bring the
You
McDaniel
got him
swag.
with the Shula jacket.
I don't know if I'm gonna wear the silver jacket, but I'm gonna definitely have the glasses, and maybe I'll wear the Cuban style, shirts that you saw over the weekend.
Fuck yeah, I got the hamburger meat hanging
gotta-
out. and
the
shit.
guy-
You gotta rock the Shula glasses.
Yeah.
Word
so,
up. All right, Ali.
Take care, Ali.
See y'all later.
Happy birthday, Ali.
Later, bud. Happy birthday.
Happy
Hell
birthday to you.
yeah.
Orlando.
Good deal. Is this Kahari coming in?
Ali's gonna be out here looking like a Cuban drug lord.
Yeah, just calling in to let y'all know it's my birthday too. So, Ali, you got
Hey,
it.
one Ali, bro. Go make out. I'm just busting your shot. Damn, dude, you guys are on the same birthday. That's crazy.
But anyway, but on the issue of the NIL deals, essentially what the NIL deals do is provides players who didn't have it before with privilege. Whether a player had already come from a privileged background, a wealthy background, or whether the player was just overwhelmingly talented, they would gain leverage. They would gain privilege to determine their where they get picked. So what the NIL does is it's offering that top tier of talent more options when it comes to controlling their own destiny in a
What
sense.
about putting it in trust or something though, KP?
No, I think what he's talking about as far as the draft and beyond, you know what I'm saying? I get you, Kahari, but man, we're talking about a slippery slope where you just got to be careful, man. And we're gonna see a backlash from this too. You're gonna see kids like the guy that we got from Tennessee last year. That was their second round pick that just never worked out. He wanted to be a rapper and all that shit. Like that shit's gonna be all more too common. But you know what too? It might on the other side of that coin.
The rapper, the guy Isaiah Foster? What was his name?
Isaiah Wilson.
Isaiah Wilson.
Yeah. He just totally petered out. He's getting crunk at freaking college parties and doing
Well, if
kegs
you know
and
what,
shit.
Chris, you make a great point. If we see that more often, though, maybe it won't have the impact we're thinking it's going to have on the
That's
NFL.
what I was just going to say. On the other side of that coin, maybe these kids getting college and money will expose them. But then again, I don't know. It's a lot happening. I agree there needs to be some deference and regulation.
Big money has always invaded the nexus between college and professional sports. I mean, going back way before the NIL, you had, top guys like Deion Sanders never went to class at FSU. You know what I'm saying? People were paying him big money throughout his entire college career.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I was alluding to earlier, Ari. What about like a system where it's kind of like a legal tampering period? Like where. Yeah, we're doing it. They're getting compensated, but it's still the way it was before. We're just looking the other way. Like, don't ask, don't tell.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
I kind of like what I just said. The kid that wins the game, never going to get drafted. He could capitalize on that moment or even that half a season. You know what I'm saying? For a certain franchise and have a full career or whatever. There's all these good things that come from it.
Yeah, and don't
But we
mistake
just got to
me,
be
Carly.
careful.
I'm all for these kids getting life-changing money. You know what I mean? Well, I'm just more concerned about the line between amateur and professional. You know what I mean?
Yeah. No,
Kids
no.
got enough
From our
on their
position as
shoulders.
fans,
I'm a
from our
little worried
position
about
as
the
fans, it
transfer.
certainly complicates things. You know.
But it also it's for. I'm thinking about these are young men and women too, because it's not just men. There's other sports we're considering here. You got to remember the types of sharks we're unleashing on our youth with millions of dollars. How is this going to pan out in the long term? We're talking about our youngest and brightest coming in too. There's something else that we can see backlash sociologically. We're talking about here that we got to just be careful, man. We're talking about children, we're talking about young kids, and giving them millions and putting an extra level of pressure, and not to think that there's not going to be blowback or even just the type of scumbags that come along with this. The salesmen, the agents, that kind of stuff. It's got to be careful.
What happens when the NFL starts losing star quarterbacks because they'd rather stay in college and make more money there?
A fifth year in college, and I don't need to do shit no more. You never see a Tim Tebow ever again. You know what I'm saying? Not that I want to see him in the NFL anyhow, but you get my point.
There's going to be consequences.
Yeah, honestly, I'm not sure where I stand on the issue. Honestly, I can see both sides of the argument.
Tebow.
But all I'm saying is that it does add another layer. It does add another layer of complication that sometimes, at least for the guys who have enough talent, might work in their favor.
Capitan.
Yeah.
Oh, my bad.
I just wish it would fast forward. If we're going to do it, let's fast forward so we can already pick a college team and stop watching the NFL. You know what I mean?
No way, bro. I'm never stopping. What's up, Iceman?
Oh,
Not
no,
that I need to pick one. I already got one, but you know.
I was gonna say, with the college, I mean, going back to the transfer, how is that gonna? I mean, that's gonna affect it tremendously, though.
That's
Like, 'cause
actually the subject that came up that prompted them to start putting some kind of like higher ups and colleges and things. They're all like, hey, look, it's getting carried away. It's getting carried away with the transfer portal and basically poaching and offering money and ipso facto players creating their own free agency. Hey, I play at Cal, but what say you, Virginia Tech and Kentucky and OSU, about needing a pass rusher this year? Who's going to pay me the most? You know, it might do good. You know, the small schools with the less boosters are going to do worse, but I don't know. It's capitalism. It's capitalism. But then again, is it? If they pool their money together and get one quarterback to come be on Kansas State University, maybe they figure it out. Maybe they get enough boosters to make it work. It's
even
not
for the
just
small schools too.
Even a small school like Temple, they got plenty of successful millionaires, I'm sure, that went to Temple.
And when you said Tim Tebow, the minute you said that, the first thing I said to myself, I remember when what was it called? Timbo. I can't even say the name right. I'm mumbling. Tebow Mania. There we go. Excuse me. Sorry. Yeah. Tebow Mania. It started against the Dolphins. We were winning. Fourth quarter came. Tebow started and
started long before that. It just we saw we were part of the gasoline.
Oh, true that.
It started long before that. That Tebow thing. Listen, I watched it too. It was entertaining as shit. It was.
I was really sad. I was at the stadium.
I was pissed, but I watched him in the playoffs and it was entertaining.
Oh yeah,
that was TV.
It was awful.
He won that game. I know he was awful, but he always did what Tebow did. Some way, somehow. All you got to do is keep him in for like the last 4 minutes of the fourth quarter. He's gonna chuck the ball or run and do some stupid shit.
Imagine how much he would have made in college. All the Christian lovers.
Dude, do you remember the game? Do you remember the one game that he started screaming in the halftime to his team at the Gators, and he was bleeding on his nose, and he's saying, let's do it, let's go, let's win." I said right then and there, that right there is a Kodak moment that he could have been on ESPN and getting paid big bucks just for that. That was
he's already made tons of money off of all that. But you're right. There's, he'd be rich as hell. He's in that whole nonprofit organization.
What if there's dodgy Russian gambler conglomerate?
See, Color, we're talking about your favorite quarterback now, Color. Now you can cheer up now. We're now talking about your favorite quarterback.
When they're using crypto. all hidden to pay players and gamble Russians.
Ooh, yeah.
It could go bad real quick, man.
Yep.
Yep.
I don't even know, man. It's an endless pit
You're right,
of where
though.
it'll go.
Get ahead of it with.
It's my quarterback.
There's not so much getting ahead of it, but if people don't put a spotlight on it, we won't see it coming. It'll blindside us. The ball's already rolling with the NILs. They just need to, fix as they go. Same thing with international football. That ball's already they've been slow rolling that. I just hope that, unlike soccer internationally, we don't get all those fucking problems. I don't need that shit.
Well, I think
it's a great product.
Yeah, they need to put in some sort of developmental league where guys aren't enslaved to going to the college system, in a sense, because ultimately, I think that'll solve it. I mean, that's what they have in Europe with the soccer. All those guys can bypass college and go. Like Barcelona has a developmental team of young guys. Just to get some more clarity into the whole thing. You want to pay these guys the top talent, but by making them go to college, that's where it gets
kind of like a farm
ugly.
system. You're saying
exactly.
Like
baseball has it. Yeah,
right. Mm-hmm.
Give them the option of going to college, but then there's this alternative.
Well, you
NFL
also have the
developmental
Canadian
league.
league too, because if these kids are going to get paid millions of dollars, they can just straight up say, "Okay, NFL, I'm gonna go to Canada, and they're going to pay me just as much I was making in college, and I can just live there and do." Because Canada, they're good. We got Cameron Wake from there, so that's another.
Canada
process.
doesn't pay nearly as
Ricky
much.
Williams couldn't make it up here.
The average salary in the Canadian league is like $60,000 to $90,000.
Yeah, you don't
player.
make much, man.
I mean, I'll take that.
People choose to be accounted and things instead of.
It's not a lot of money, and it's a shorter season. But
our quarterbacks get maybe they might get $500,000.
Yeah, 600,000, 800,000, stuff like that. They're not making millions. A lot of them.
Some of them are.
Average Canadian makes 60, 100, 150 grand at the most.
But see, in Canada, your sport number one is hockey. I mean, hockey, right?
Yeah.
Color, hold it down for a second, bud.
Color, we even talked about the relegation thing when you were sleeping still.
Right. Oh yeah.
Me and Ali.
Kind of it.
Hold on, Color actually sleeps.
Actually, I was up for the start of the show and I fell asleep. Woke up about 10 minutes ago.
He's Count Dracula. He's up, ready.
He's always ready and for action. He hears his name.
Oh, so he missed a segment. We talked about his favorite quarterback, Tim Tebow.
Crypto woke me up.
Oh, he was here. I think. Imagine the money
5%
guys
last 2 hours. What?
Yeah,
it's crazy.
Everybody's going to be on the payroll. Everybody's going to be on the payroll.
And another thing,
Crypto, can you do me a favor? Just $colorcom the next 5%.
Right. Yes, 5% movement. I'm going to give it 5%. I'm giving 5% updates now.
Yeah, man. Hey, crypto, big buying opportunity now, huh?
Yeah. It's time to pick up all the pieces when everybody's running for the hills.
Summer, but come fall, I think crypto and the market, a lot of things will be going up come winter.
I mean, that's why I told Crypto. I was like, if he becomes a millionaire tomorrow morning, I told him, don't forget about us, because man, he on the ball.
Got to survive this summer though. The summer's gonna be crazy.
Hey, crypto. You become a millionaire, bro. If you become a millionaire, bro, I got a nice piece of 5-acre land here for you, bro. Let's talk business. You know what I'm saying?
You all know when it happens.
I definitely like buying pieces of dirt. I got some down there in Georgia, man. I've sat on it for about 10 years now.
When you fire up YouTube and instead of the Fins tailgate, it'll say the Fins tailgate 75-25.
Hey, crypto will be sponsoring an NIL deal.
On our way to 73.
Right. Just buy the whole NL the deal out. Just buy them out.
Quarterback
What is that on
XYZ
your screen?
sponsored by crypto.
Yeah. You know how the NASCAR got all those freaking stickers and everything? We're gonna have like the NASCAR version of everybody who's sponsored on the
Imagine if the
uniform.
NFL did that. Those helmets would look atrocious.
That's a good idea.
Hey, Crypto, I got a question for you, bro.
Crazy. Yeah.
I got a question for you, bro. You say you got a piece of land in Georgia?
Yeah.
Yeah. How much does it go for an acre out there?
Right outside of you can. It all depends on which county you're in. Yeah. I'm outside of Fulton County. I'm not. Yeah, right outside of in Social Circle. So I'm in Walton County. I'm in Walton.
That's Southern Atlanta. Southern Atlanta.
Yeah, Walton County is pretty cheap. I got it real dirt cheap. It's like
what's the rules on buying land?
$20,000 for an acre.
Huh? Like buying land. What's the rule on buying land? Do you have to be a U.S. citizen to buy land, or
in America?
I don't know about
necessarily.
No. Not necessarily. I don't think you even have to be a U.S. citizen.
That's how some people become citizens.
There's plenty of Chinese oligarchs that aren't U.S. citizens that own U.S. land.
That ain't no bullshit.
The Chinese have been buying up all the waterfront all over the United States.
Yeah, they own half of Utah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's true. They own about half of Utah.
They own all the mineral rights in Florida too. For that,
yeah, because
the whole Great Lakes
region. Down here where I'm at in American Samoa, when the U.S. Navy and the American Samoan people struck a deal, there's like this rule that they made. There was, you can't, any foreigner not born on soil cannot buy land, but you can lease land for like 50, maybe 100 years. You can lease land for how long you want, but
I wonder if that's what territory though, Q.
Huh?
Yeah,
I wonder if that's just on the territory.
Like
no.
Because
due for military concerns, because American Samoa had strategic. It was
that's what I was going to say, Q or Kahari. I was going to say that too, because I think that's strategic because they're out there in the Pacific.
Yeah, they didn't want the Japanese coming and buying up.
Yeah, but we didn't fully get annexed though.
Eastern, or excuse me, from that sea border over there on the Pacific. You know, they don't want any
because
if military strategic reasons, likely.
Because if we were fully annexed, then the government would own all the lands, right? If we were fully annexed, right? But we're not fully annexed. That's why we have a very unique
you have a governor,
political identity.
You govern yourselves and then are recognized.
Yeah, we govern ourselves. Yeah. No, we're not a state.
Right. You have a treaty with the United States.
Yeah, a treaty. Yeah. So we're like US we're not US citizens, but we're US nationals.
Right.
Where are you, Q? Where are we talking about?
American Samoa.
America Samoa.
Okay. So it's kind of the same situation that Puerto Rico has.
Right. U.S. Virgin Islands is considered that as well.
But Puerto Rico, if you're born in Puerto Rico, you can be a U.S. citizen.
Yeah. They're actually a Commonwealth.
Listen,
they're not just a territory.
You can travel. Just
they could become the 51st state.
Well, I can travel.
American Samoa would be like Guam.
Yeah.
No, Guam. If you're born in Guam, you're also a U.S. citizen.
Oh, are they? Are they? Okay.
They're fully annexed. We're not fully annexed because of that little deal we had to make.
But Q, to answer your question about the real estate, right? Like if you go outside of Atlanta, because crypto is like in the Atlanta area, but if you go into southern Georgia, man, there's some dirt cheap land out there. It's just
you
got to get the guns.
Q.
Yeah,
I bought that sight unseen too, and then I went to go see the land. I was lucky. I was lucky.
But you're not just buying land because you want to buy land. You either going to build a house or you're going to grow some crops. So I'd rather grow crops.
Fully developed land. It's residential. It's fully developed. It's got the infrastructure, water, gas, and all that. All the hook.
All that. Okay.
Yeah, it's fully infrastructured out. So only thing you have to do is get an architect or contract and build your house, and it's already ready.
Hey, Chris, there's a YouTuber that's from Florida. I watch him all the time. I like what he's doing. I do the same thing down here too. That's why I'm also interested in when you're talking about hunting and stuff because we hunt down here too. So I like it when you guys go hunting. You know who he is? I think he's a Robert Arrington. He's a. Right now I'm 6 foot. We're in the Western time zone. We're Pacific time. We're 6:43 p.m. right now. Yeah.
Okay, so you're still in the. I thought maybe you were 7 hours or close to Hawaii time or something.
No, Hawaii's like 1 hour ahead of us. Hawaii's like 1 hour
ahead or behind. Yeah, behind you.
Yeah,
Okay.
because we're like Pacific time is like the entire Pacific. You know what I'm saying?
Mm.
Right.
You're on the edge of the other
And that's
end.
that crosses like a couple thousand miles. So still the same thing. Like in the States, you got the Eastern, you got West Coast, and you got the.
Do you guys go frog hunting on?
You guys are just
got
getting
frog
into
hunting
dinner
Oh
on
time.
no, we don't have
Peninsula?
frogs.
It's like
And that's
what?
the
I was
thing,
gonna ask. I was gonna
7 o'clock
I
in the
wanted to
evening
know
now.
if some
Yeah, but
islands
And that's
have.
the thing, Chris.
Do you have snakes?
Uh-huh.
We don't have frogs.
Do you have
We don't have
snakes?
frogs. We have toads.
You have
Toads, yeah, them,
Okay.
yeah, there's some creatures out there, man.
Snakes, yeah, with the small ones.
Okay.
You ever had shot down the bird before?
So wait a minute. So it's like what, 7 o'clock, almost 8 o'clock there, or almost
Se-
7
almost
o'clock?
7. Almost 7.
Yeah. So I thought it was almost 7 there. You're right at the cusp of dinner time, right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait,
So what?
In a couple
You guys
hours,
like
I'll
what,
be-
1 o'clock right now? Almost 2?
Yeah. Almost
Is
to
it,
yeah.
is it hog hunting that you do then?
It's almost breakfast time.
Yeah, we
here.
hog
I'll
hunt.
be eating breakfast
We
in
got
2
some
hours.
wild hogs too. We got
Uh-huh.
wild hogs. We got some, in Hawaii, you got some deers.
Well, what about iguanas?
but
You have iguanas?
Yeah. What about
No
like,
iguanas.
Oh,
Those
I
are
was-
those are not
alligators?
native species. Those are native to I think
Yeah, they're
the
not
East.
native to Florida either. You're allowed to kill them
Yeah, we kill-
indiscriminately.
Yeah.
Indiscriminately, bro. You can
You
murder
guys don't have Komodo dragons, do you?
them. They've been
No.
they've been known to be loose in Florida once or twice. I'm sure if you look in the Everglades, you might find one. There's
Oh, yeah,
everything
I'm
in
sure.
that.
I think
Everglades.
the worst the worst animal you can find here on land is the giant centipede. I think that's about it. I
A
think
giant
more
centipede.
predators.
Yeah, those things are
Yeah,
vicious.
more the predators
Those
are in the
things kill
ocean.
small
So
snakes, man.
Yeah, most predators I would imagine to be in the
Yeah,
ocean.
So can you
centipedes,
mount
the
up? Can
giant
you
ones,
mount
they
up
kill
these
snakes.
giant centipedes, or are they just like bigger?
now they're
than
like
the
10
average
inches.
centipede?
They're like, yeah, almost a foot long.
Wow.
Those
And what
things are
don't they have like
humongous.
paralyzing? Whatchamacallit? Don't they
Yeah,
like
they kill
paralyze?
snakes and small
the
birds
venom.
and stuff.
Yeah, they got
It's
venom and stuff
ridiculous.
in them.
Yeah,
Yeah, these suckers are fast, bro.
yeah.
They're fat.
They got
I just got this funny thought of Q mounted up on a centipede, rolling around with a lasso.
But no. But to answer that, color, you can't mount on them, but you can pin them down by just pinning their head down.
Right, you got to pin them down with a skewer and shit or something.
They used to make
No,
they
you
used to make poison darts out of that shit.
I'm sure it's
No,
probably
that's
somebody has made it into a meal or something, right?
no, that's not nearly enough to kill somebody. It'll give you bumps and stuff, but it won't not nearly enough to kill somebody.
Yeah, I'm just wondering.
Have you
'cause
ever
on an
found one
island,
on somebody's dinner plate, Q?
Bro, we've had centipedes like just crawl up to people when they're sleeping. It's all over the
last
island.
night for dinner, man. You know,
And especially when it rains, these suckers come out when it rains.
You guys got
Are they
huge
good
mouths?
bait, Q?
Do you?
Yeah,
do
they're
you
pretty
cook 'em
big.
up?
What kind of sauce
No, we
do
don't eat
you
them.
put on
No,
them?
we don't eat them.
You don't eat them?
No, we don't eat them.
No.
No, we don't eat
I
them.
was gonna say, what kind of sauce you put on the centipede?
No, we don't eat them.
because there's like I don't eat crickets, but there's fucking tons of people in the world that eat crickets.
No,
Do
no,
they sell them?
Yeah.
People eat
No,
Chocolate
not
covered
Samoans.
cricket is pretty
But I think
I
some
heard
other
it-
cultures eat them. I think some other
Chris,
cultures.
I heard the chocolate
Yeah,
covered crickets are pretty
Southeast
good.
Asia, they eat them junks in a bag, man.
Yeah,
They put them in a bag.
You don't want the chocolate covered crickets,
Nope.
El Capitan?
Sounds yummy.
No.
We eat more like taro and bananas and breadfruits and just like South America.
Bro,
Alright.
Because I think some point in time we had a transaction, a couple thousand years ago. That's why there's
the
potatoes down here.
Portuguese
And then there's
were
taros up
everywhere,
there.
bro. They brought
Dude, don't forget
everything
about
everywhere.
don't forget about the Mexican rancheros that are in Hawaii, bro.
No, those are Portuguese.
In Philippines and Spanish.
Portuguese rancheros.
The Portuguese went everywhere, and they brought mangoes and lemons to everywhere they went.
You know what's the Q? I gotta ask you the
Magellan.
most important question, Q. How are the ladies there though? How are the Latinas?
Bro, thick, bro. No Latinas, bro. You talking about the Sumas?
They're
talking
Samoans,
thick,
not
bro.
Latina. Yeah, they're the big,
Hey, be
thick
careful
girls.
they don't break. Be careful they don't break your back, bro.
How's the surf?
I wouldn't mind. I'll be blessed.
How's the surf?
They get some vicious insects, man.
Surf, bro.
Yeah.
Surf is good down here, bro. But we don't surf down here. That's a Hawaii thing. That's a white thing.
Y'all don't get big waves.
It's a white thing.
Y'all don't. The waves ain't big enough down there.
You're crazy.
I don't know.
I thought you guys would get like the monster waves, man.
Mike had to breach the question, so I gotta ask.
Human.
Human. Oh my god.
Hey, Q, stupid question, dumb question here, but Jimmy Superfly Snuka, was he Hawaiian or from American Samoa?
Okay, Jimmy Superfly Snuka. Listen. Jimmy Superfly Snuka. He's Tongan. Listen. He's Tongan. Who's married to a Samoan woman, and he lives in Hawaii.
So Tongan and Samoan living in Hawaii. Okay.
No. Okay. Tongan married to a Samoan woman who lived in Hawaii.
Yeah.
He was amazing,
where's Tonga
man.
in relation to your island?
The what?
Where is Tonga in relation to your island?
In origins, you talking about origins of the islands?
Where are they at?
It's right next to us, but I'm telling you,
like a sister
Tongans
island?
and Samoans, Tongans and Samoans go together. They're different.
Hawaiian,
we're different, but we're the same.
They have beautiful ladies, bro. Samoans
all consider themselves to be different in what aspect? In cultural or
in cultural aspect, but we're the same people.
Language is the same.
Was it a tribal in the beginning? Is that how it was? Was there like
no tribes? It was more like when what's it called when people migrate? Migration, right?
Yeah,
you have your group of migration groups.
The Comanche and the Seminoles and the I got you. Okay.
Correct me if I'm wrong, Q. Correct me if I'm wrong, but one is more from Australia, and then the other one is more Asian. Is that correct?
Right.
In terms of the migratory pattern?
Right.
No, not necessarily. It all depends on who comes first, right? So Samoa and Tonga, that's the two first who came first, right? That was the first two islands, and then the next two islands was Hawaii and Easter Island, which we call Rapa Nui. Rapa Nui is like the cultural term.
Right.
Easter Island is Rapa Nui, and so those islands are like 1,500 miles, bro, like to the northeast and to the southeast. So that's your Polynesian triangle. You got Hawaii to the north, Easter Island to the east, you got Samoa to the west, and New Zealand to the west, and that creates
it's a miracle people even reach those islands, right? Because they came from the west. Because they came from the west.
Yeah. Because it's hard to go to the east because of the trade winds.
Did people reach the islands, or did the mountain get trapped by water eventually?
Yeah, a little of both. Maybe.
You talking my language, Chris? Because in the history books, you know Maui, right? You know Maui from Moana, right?
Oh, the movie,
yeah. In the history books, that dude pulled out islands, bro. He pulled out the sun first because it was getting dark, and then he pulled up a couple islands while he was pulling the sun out.
The truth, then.
So you talking my language, bro?
Yeah, it wonders, was it just the tip of something, or was it made? You can never know. I don't know. Was it made? I don't know.
But we're all the same people. We're the same people. We're just different.
I still bleed aqua and orange.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about. I may be from I know Color was asking me, so how is it up in Pittsburgh? I'm not from Pittsburgh, bro. Doesn't make me any less of a fan. You know what I'm saying?
True.
Got some Iron Curtain and shit.
Yes, sir.
It's one love.
Pittsburgh. Did the city of Pittsburgh adopt some Samoan town or something? Why do you guys like Pittsburgh?
No. Yeah, that's exactly it, Troy, bro. When Troy got drafted, remember, we're just a small group of people. So when somebody gets drafted and he's Samoan, we're gonna support him.
I forgot about Troy, man. Sorry. It makes sense now. I forgot.
So that's what made me a fan, bro. I was in seventh grade.
Tribalism, Q. It's still a little tribalism when you really get right at it. And that's right, their culture. Don't lie, buddy. I see. Hey, listen, as a Floridian, because it's weird because Florida looks as itself isolated from the rest of the United States, especially South Florida. We really envision ourselves this way because it's such a passing of people with cultures that to be Floridian, born, raised, lineage down as far
Well, they're
as you
doing
can
the
find.
same thing us
There's a-
Hurricane fans do, Chris. They're just following their
I
canes
want to
everywhere,
clarify on
you know?
that point, Chris. You know what you say about tribal in Florida? There's a lot of tribes there, but in the Indian tribes, they have different Indian tribes, but they're all Indians, right?
Yeah.
But in Samoa, everybody's Samoan, right? But not tribes, more like family, right? You have to come from a noble family, a family who's done something historically, event like something like he crushed like a tyrant's head or something like that, and then they'll get their name from that guy. So that's the family. So everybody in Samoa.
No, yeah, I was saying Chris is 100% right about Florida. I mean, Florida, even from as far back as you go, was always integrated into the Bahamas and the Caribbean.
Yep.
Especially the Caribbean. So it's just as much Caribbean as it is, quote unquote, American per se.
And when the 13
Native
colonies
Americans we have here now are actually not even the original. They're not the Tequesta, the Calusa people. All those people got wiped out.
Yeah,
the ones that are here now are the ones who wiped them out.
The Seminoles were forced to.
And the Miccosukee and the Seminole.
Yeah.
The Seminole
because of the Spanish, bro.
Well, real quick, the Seminole tribe is actually, geographically, traditionally a North Central Florida tribe. They're not all like we have like Seminole Hard Rock down in the South, but that's all Miccosukee land. It's not really Seminole.
They were forced down into the Everglades, and they held them at the Battle of Sawgrass. That's why it's written all over the place around
That's
here.
right. That's how Dade County gets its name too. Dade County was
a battle that only took, I think it was 3 or 8 hours or something like that, because they didn't know the secret of the Sawgrass, and it tore them horses up, and they fell down. They got all sliced up, and they had to work out a treaty. And they realized the land was so desolate and hard to maintain and just everything that they were like, all right, you can have it.
In the history books, Florida was that one part of the. You remember, you got the English in the north, and you got the Spanish in the south. And Florida was that part. Was that like that gray area? Was like nobody. It was all like a free. Like a free land where everybody could roam.
It was originally Spanish territory.
I'll give you guys something. When Florida was a state of the Americas, and you think about like the Sooners being allowed to just claim land, the Sooners and stuff like that, Florida invented the term cracker. Everybody knows the term. They call white people crackers. That was invented in Florida. I swear to God. It was that's why they call it Florida cracker. It was invented in Florida because there was all this loose cattle in Florida roaming around, and you were allowed to go in Florida and claim any cattle, branded or not, as your own. And so the people who were living in Florida were known as crackers because everyone in Florida was a cowboy. Everyone in Florida, they were a cowboy, and that's how they also learned.
Makes sense.
That's how they also learned what is edible in Florida. And one of the things they found to be edible down here in the deep South that a lot of people don't know is about some swamp cabbage. And how they did, they would go out here and they would find anything the cows would eat that they would wrangle up. They would find out what it was and boil it and see what was edible and cook it and try it out. That's how they found frog legs.
Swamp cabbage is like the inside of a palm, right?
The heart of the palm.
Yeah, exactly. It's really good it's really good for your manhood. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It's one of the secret ingredients in the Cialis and all that stuff too. The saw palmetto.
It's fire. They got a swamp cabbage festival that takes place here every
and I would imagine if you cook that sucker down to a tea, bro, it would taste like some cabbage, like really good cabbage.
Yes, you eat it like a cabbage. Exactly.
Chris, everything you said is 100. Just one little nuance to it. That whole ranching industry with the Florida cracker cattle and the Florida cracker horse and the cracker trail and all that kind of stuff. All that stuff was the advance of American civilization. This was part of the border dispute between Spain and England, and then Spain and then the United States, right? Because the issue Spain had was that Spain had by law, they had all of the Americas, but the
They've
gold
been
was
everywhere,
down
yeah.
in Central America. So they never had a need to really flood Florida with people because they were concentrating on the gold.
They wanted to claim from where St. Augustine is over in the oh my God,
East Coast,
the Matanzas Inlet up there. They wanted to claim that on the east side, and they were going to let North Florida and the west side be taken by the Americas. But we knew we couldn't have
That was the dilemma. That was the dilemma. You see, the dilemma for them was they didn't want to let the British come down and extend their hold further south of Georgia.
Right.
So they built St. Augustine to try to make sure to keep.
It's also the stronghold that protects the Gulf of Mexico.
So, coming from an African American perspective, this is where black people took advantage of this and would find safe haven down here. The escaped slaves from Georgia, South Carolina, and then they would bond. Then they would bond with the Native Americans down here.
I was going to say, Kahari, did they not intermix with the Miccosukee and Seminoles?
Absolutely,
You can find
100%.
that in Palatka and Wallacka, all those. They have those small little historical museums that they got all up and down the center of the state of Florida, where there was safe havens, where there was almost like Florida's been exactly what it still is today.
You're spot on, Chris.
We're the outcast of the rest of the country.
I'm telling you, we're Australia. We're Australia without the steroids.
We just it's not just that, but like they were people from West Virginia, the hillbillies and stuff that were getting forced out in certain areas on the eastern seaboard were pushed down into Florida, and amongst pretty much Aboriginary, which will be like Native Americans, African American ex-slaves, outcast white folks, and Spanish left behind from Spain are all living amongst each other here in Florida and have forever and never stopped. It's just how it's always been.
They were living peacefully too. Until the United States,
even the wildlife. If you injected Florida wildlife with steroids, you'd have Australian wildlife.
Big
time. Go out in the Everglades, they got Australian.
We got the crocodiles now too. We got the matching crocodile
species.
We've always had the saltwater crocs down south.
Well, now you know the Caimans making a comeback too.
Yep.
For anybody who doesn't know, Florida has pretty much the North American gator. They have a saltwater crocodile, which is in low supply but has been being seen more. And then they have what's known as the Cayman alligator, which only grows to about 6.5 foot. Meanest son of a bitch you've ever seen. You'll know when it's a Cayman.
The only alligator
and attacks you.
Meaner than the crocodiles.
And it jumps high. It jumps 6 feet off the ground.
That son of a bitch.
Hey, Chris, you know what I'm afraid of?
Their teeth.
You know what I'm afraid of?
Man. Like a barracuda.
I'm afraid of just wandering about in Florida, and just walking next to a stream or something, and not even noticing a fucking gator just laying.
That's an everyday experience where I live, buddy.
No streams in Florida.
No, I'm pretty sure for you guys have like a certain like awareness about it. Like for somebody who's like not from there. Like who's not Floridian?
Any body of water has alligator in it in Florida.
Any body of water.
Any body of water could have an alligator in it. But the alligator ain't what you need to be worried of. Alligator ain't what you need to be worried of. Because an alligator you can see coming unless he really sneaks up on you. Which usually they typically stay away from people unless mofo's been feeding it, which is a bad. You can alligator that sees you and comes to you. That's the dangerous one because that's
them ones that are stuck. It's them ones that are stuck in the catchment canals that have been chomping on McDonald's burgers that you got to worry about.
No, it's the one that's
and not just that. You got to worry about the snakes too. The spiders
is the one I'm going to tell you. It's the snakes. That is the worst.
The anacondas and the pythons.
No, it's the freaking.
Don't forget about the coral snake too. Which has been known because they have such a slow bite and a slow delivery system.
They've already killed you.
That snake has been known to be picked up by little children and played with all day like jewelry without getting bit.
I was probably 12 years old on my way to Lorida, Florida with my buddy Corey with his sister when we had to behead a coral snake at his grandma's property off their pond.
I'll take our Bears, Wolves,
Mm.
Cougars, Moose over
Bears,
all your
Lions,
Davis,
Lions.
Oh,
Saints,
Moss wants to
and
get in, guys.
Ravens. And,
What's up, Moss? Moss had a question.
No,
That's what
Moss
I'm
is saying he'd rather take all the Bears and Cougars. First
Oh,
of all,
that's what. Okay.
we got Florida Panthers here. They're small
Yeah.
bears, not aggressive ones.
Got
Hey,
Bobcat.
but
The
despite
Foxes have
despite
reclaimed
all of
the
that,
city now too.
despite
get
all of that, I
Right
want
in
to try some
downtown Miami, we got a fox
alligator
problem now.
meat.
we
I
got
want to try some alligator meat.
They closed
what's
down all
that,
the RJ Gators. Chris, you noticed they closed down all the RJ Gators? What happened to that, man?
They never got with the times, bro. They kept to
Yeah.
that Chuck E. Cheese adult style. They
Right,
kept going
right.
too
Well,
far
yeah,
with it.
we have a food fair every year, and they bring up. I think it's from Louisiana, though. Like,
Yeah, Louisiana got a lot of gators that
where
they haven't.
yeah, you eat gator. You pay big money to eat these little chunks of gator.
So a lot of
Gator
people get
tail and
gator.
frog legs.
It's gator tail. A lot of it.
Really,
Frog
The best
legs.
part of the gator is the
Mhm.
jelly roll, and that comes on
What does
about
it
a
taste
5-foot
like? A
gator.
frog leg. I
Is
wonder.
it
Frog
good?
legs are
Tastes like
fucking
chicken, buddy.
fire. No,
For real?
frog
I've been in
legs.
this
Sweet
state for
chicken.
40
Sweet
years, and
chicken.
I
It's like
ain't
sweet
eaten
chicken?
none of that, man.
Frog legs are fire.
Is
Fire.
that gator good though?
I'm talking.
That's what I heard,
Gator,
Chris.
jelly
I
roll
heard like
is good.
chicken.
Sweet
It's
chicken.
Better than
it's
chicken.
like
Making it.
it's like
Depends who's making
it's
it.
like the whitest, leanest. It's like
Really?
white. It's like white meat chicken that tastes like dark meat. That's what.
Nice.
Damn.
Damn, I
And
like
now
that.
the latest South
I
Florida
think we get the
delicatessen
crab
now
up here.
is iguana. Down in
Never
South
had it.
America, they've been eating iguana, and now it's
Never-
becoming
Never
a thing
really
here.
eaten much
don't know.
iguana.
Okay.
I've tried some. I didn't.
Hey, Kahari, Capitan calls them tree chickens. That's the first I heard of that.
Yeah,
Chicken,
chicken
they
of the
call 'em.
trees. They're called
Chicken of the
chicken of the
trees.
trees down here.
Yeah,
Into the trees. huh?
tree chicken. Yep.
Tree
They're,
chickens. It's funny.
I haven't tried it yet myself, but
I'm not feeling it. It only eats vegetable stuff, and it eats a lot of. First of all, it eats a lot of shit outside, and we spray so much stuff. Pass out of my water either. You know what I'm saying?
Well, we got a big Trinidadian population and like Venezuelan, Colombian, and they eat that stuff down there naturally. So they brought that whole culture here, and it's
How to
becoming
cook it up.
more widespread. Yeah.
Well, you know what? As bad as they say the iguanas are, we've seen spike in all the other populations. Like we've been seeing more panthers and bobcats and more the saltwater crocodiles come back. And I think it all is because this new vegetarian reptile is now abundant to eat. Like in the when it gets cold, they're just laying there stiff. And they're not dead. Some freaking one of those little bears come along and be like, I'll chew on that son of a bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like there's everything getting a bit of that action.
Eat. Yeah.
But there's there's some things that don't want to eat them either. So
They're the chicken of the trees and chicken in the water, chicken on land when it gets cold.
yeah,
We get killed by moose up here.
Moose?
Moose, because they're so freaking tall, man.
I've never eaten moose, but I've had elk. Elk is really
Elk
good.
is good.
Elk
Elk
is
does
good.
it all the time.
Elk is sweet, boy. Elk tastes good.
Yeah, they're
Moose
doing
is pretty
elk out in
similar,
like
but
out
elk
the
is better.
Southwest in a lot of little places.
I've never hunted elk. They're big, dude. Like holy shit, man.
Yeah.
Like they're
I
massive.
would imagine the elk is kind of tough.
But moose
Would
are
be
massive,
kinda tough.
man. It's like a cow on super
It
high
is, it
legs.
isn't.
So when
There's
you
like-
hit them in a car, moose kill you. They decapitate you. It takes your whole hood
Listen,
right off.
I've seen a couple of moose because I've been up in the mountains a couple times, Tennessee and stuff.
That's
and
how we get killed.
They're
by
so
them.
much. They're so much bigger than you think they are. Like
Yeah.
I never got close up enough, but I've seen them like right there. I'm like, holy shit, that is so much bigger than I thought it was gonna be. And every
They
time
can
I've
run
seen them,
fast with their big legs.
Yeah, and
Holy-
think about this, Chris. Tennessee's got small ones.
that's what I'm thinking too. The ones in Tennessee, I'm thinking they're like, yeah, these are the small ones. I'm like, well, I don't want to see the big ones.
Right? You go out to
I want to see
Wyoming,
the big
bro.
one, dude. Fuck that. Well, I
They're
want
like
to go
big
to
as
Wyoming.
a trailer in Wyoming.
I've always wanted to go to Wyoming.
If
I don't
you
know
buy
why.
a house over
I
in
read somewhere. I
Naples-
read somewhere that the moose is the number one animal that kills people.
Straight north.
Well, Chris, Wyoming is God's country, bro.
I know.
Northwest
That's why I
Wyoming,
always want to go.
Yellowstone,
I wanna-
Come straight
Yancey
north.
Mountain.
Skip
got
Wyoming.
the
Come
bison
right here.
and the wolves out there. You know,
Yeah, but-
They got
if you buy a
they-
house in Naples, Fort
Montana.
Myers, and you don't close your trash, you can get fined because the bears
Yeah.
come through the
Yeah.
neighborhoods and eat all your trash.
Kahari, you
park's
down?
got
You over
those-
on my?
those
You over
back
on my
gates that are
side?
hard for
Are you
bears
on the
to
west
open.
side or the east side, Kahari?
I'm on the east side, way down south, man. But I go over to Golden Gate all the time. My in-laws are from Golden Gate in Naples.
I was just bidding a job in Golden Gate, literally.
Yeah, so I'm always going across Tamiami Trail or Alligator Alley, whatever.
What's with all you Tampanites, man? God,
That's not Tampa, bro. That's south. That's way south.
Yeah,
Hey,
south.
Color, they got a
2
funny
hours south
saying
of
about
Tampa.
states like Wyoming and Iowa. They say in these parts of the country, you can watch your dog run away for days.
Oh,
You know, I
most of Wyoming is plains like that, but if you get up in the northwest where it starts to get into Yellowstone and the Grand Tetons, like the north end of the Rocky Mountains,
It's all mountains. Look.
God's country, bro.
yeah,
It's
I
just
want
God's
to see.
country,
I want
man.
to see like where Wyoming.
This is a very spiritual place.
When all the horses come running down that shit. That's what I want to see. All the wild.
That's where Kanye West had his religious revival a couple years ago.
Right.
Wait,
I
did you
just
see
wanna-
that?
Teton, Grand Teton, the
I
word
just
Teton
want to
in
go. I just
French.
want to see all them horses
Teton.
wild running and nobody fucking with them, and they're just doing their thing.
Our,
I just want to watch that happen. I don't like mountains personally. I don't like them. They make me fucking claustrophobic.
our fellow Canadians can confirm. Our fellow French Canadians can confirm the word Teton means teat. And the French explorer that found the Grand Tetons thought they looked like women's breasts upside down, so he called them the Grand Teton.
And tits.
That's what they're named in St. Lucia on an island in the Caribbean.
Oh, the Pitons. Yeah.
Pitons.
Yeah.
Dirty bastards, bro.
And the Grand
All right,
Teton is
fellas.
actually the mountain that
I'm
when you
gonna leave y'all, man.
mountain-
Y'all have a good
All
night.
right, see you, buddy. I'm getting ready to shut it down.
All
All right, stay up.
Later, brother. See you, Q.
So the mountains you see on the beer can are like head for the Rockies and all. That's actually the Grand Tetons. Like it's an image of the Grand Tetons.
Word. All
Kokanee
right,
beer
Color. Let's
up
close
here.
this bad boy down. Tomorrow night, Color. We got TMI Tuesdays.
Yeah, so I guess we're probably. I mean, I'll talk to Tonk about it, but I think we're going to look into this NIL thing a little deeper. Mainly the
Tonk-
money part of it.
I know Tonk will probably have his TMI, his 7 and stuff like that. But I think you could even just have this as an extra thing because we have more room to go with TMI.
Yep.
So maybe you can get on that.
And you also, I'll have a few tidbits for Rapid Color at the end. And if it's busy and everybody wants, I'll probably do an open mic session afterwards. Barring any energy concerns.
Well, who knows? There'll probably be a couple of things to hit the wire tomorrow, anyhow. So there always is.
Yep. So Ali was talking about getting on camera. On
Saturday?
Is the cat out of the bag or what?
Yeah, we said it. It's Saturday. Ali Color coming out. We're gonna do a show. It's gonna be good.
Yeah, I look forward to that too.
I know. I'm excited too. I'll be running behind the scenes. We'll see how it fleshes out. It's gonna be fun.
Yep. So,
all right, guys.
Everybody. Again, Monday night at 2 a.m. and still 60 people live. Man, you guys are great. You guys are gonna carry us through the off season. I'm telling you.
Iceman, give you some final thoughts, my guy, and then we'll roll everybody down.
Gotcha. Well, we probably talked about, all the political side of FIFA. We went through the football side. We practically hit it all with different countries, which was actually, for me, that was actually pretty cool. I learned some things that I never knew, so that was actually pretty cool. I just want to say I'm looking forward to Saturday as well, to watching Color and everyone, just listening to them, because honestly, when I was listening to Color a couple of days ago, he was talking about one thing about the Finns that I didn't even know about. He was getting detailed into Tua and old things that I never knew about. So, people, listen to him this upcoming Saturday. You guys will learn some things that you never knew, like I did this past weekend. So I'm telling you, stay tuned for that. And I'm out. Peace, guys.
Later, Iceman.
All righty.
Word up. Shit, Color got freaking ringing endorsement. Iceman, it's padding you up, dog. That's good.
No, you guys don't even really you bring me to tears, man.
Color gonna come with the goods now. He's got that Color works on.
I know. I'm feeling like Tua. The pressure's on, man.
Sorry, man. Give me some final thoughts. We done schooled everybody on some Florida knowledge, huh?
Yeah, man. Hey, there's more where that came from too, if you care to know. But I don't want to bore anybody.
Hey,
But
I'm
anyway,
sorry, Kari. You're young enough or old enough, depending on the timers. Remember in elementary school when we actually broke away for an hour and had that like class on all things Florida? Did you guys have to do that?
Oh yeah.
Well, I think most
all the
states
time.
have
They were called field
have that kind of
trips, bro.
program.
They were called
Well,
field
yeah,
trips.
field trips aside, but like, yeah, we had this class for like an hour a week where it was like nothing but like Florida ecology, history, geology, paleontology, everything about Florida.
Yeah, wow, that was all the time, all the time, man. I'll tell you some stories.
Hey, Kahari, have you seen the Coral Castle?
Yeah, in fact, I'm pretty close to it.
Yeah, dude. Oh my God, is the Coral Castle dope as fuck or what, bro? That whole deal.
The whole mystery behind it too, how did the guy build it?
The rock and the dude's floating him up and shit. That's pretty dope. For all y'all don't know, Kahari, man, knows the goods. Go ahead, buddy.
Yeah. But yeah, man, like Color, man, I was asleep, woke up, couldn't go back, and so I turned on the TV to check you guys out. And so I was wondering, did you guys actually even talk about the Sony Michel move?
Oh yeah, because early on we went over the move and shit. Yeah, give us some final thoughts on that.
Okay, yeah, no, I mean, Sony Michel is weird because he moves to a new team every year, right? But he's a really good back, man, in terms of his vision. A little bit worried about his ability to, is he slowing down with the wear and tear over the years? Because, with that outside zone, I don't know if he still has the goods to get it done, but I guess we'll see. But I've always been a big fan of his in terms of his vision and picking the right holes to hit, He's not a home run hitter in terms of his long speed, but he'll get you a good 6, 7, 8 yard gain. As long as the O-line is blocking, he will, maximize their blocks in that sense. So I'm kind of, I've always been a fan of Michel, and I want to see what he'll do down here with us. So I'm sorry I didn't join you earlier because I would have liked to hear from some of the other guys about, what their perspective is on that signing. But I'm kind of excited to see him in aqua and orange,
I think it signals something that I kind of been hearing that, Raheem Mostert might not be healthy come week 1. You know what I'm saying? And he might be a little bit of a placeholder early on. Maybe he fights his way on the roster. Maybe they're just trying to raise their floor by having Sylvano Ahmed and Gaskins and everyone else have to fight for position. And if you don't make it on the practice squad, see ya. You know what
I
I'm
was
saying?
gonna sum that up with one word, that exact point, Chris, with it's basically a non-negative addition.
That's right. Yep. Exactly. And you can't. I also wonder that if Raheem Mostert is missing time, this kid knows the system. I don't call him kid. Sony Michel just ran this system to some degree with McVay over there. And so as far as implementing the run schemes out of this zone blocking, he can help get everybody along better than anyone in the room if Mosert's not going to be the guy to lead the way. As far as being the leader, not that they need a leader in that room because they've got Chase Edmonds who just got the big money deal. In fact, when you get the money, you lead. That's how that shit goes, bro. You're supposed to get the rock. You want the rock. You got paid. You got the multi-year deal. Guaranteed only one of it, but it don't matter. Dolphins signed you for 2. You're the only guy with a potential bigger money as far as everyone else. Same thing with Alec Ingold. Those guys got to live up to that money. So I expect them to lead, but can't somebody who
last words on Michel. Inside zone, there's no better mentor than Michel on how to maximize the inside zone. I'm a little worried about his ability to get outside, though. I've seen him slow down a little bit,
Yeah, he's not pulling up and taking off.
Exactly. But anyway,
it's not like he's really big to do the bruising either. All right, Kahari, take it easy, my brother.
All right, guys, peace. Good night.
Most, what's good, Dowgie?
What's up, man?
Some final thoughts here, brother.
Yeah, Edmonds can do it all. I mean, lots of us are seeing him as a receiver, but Michel's a nice insurance policy if you're right. Like Mostard's out for a while. And I'm just really happy. I think we're finally making some kind of the right moves and getting the right people in places,
Yeah, they're not sitting on their hands right now, at least. I like that. They're keeping it competitive. Where it seemed like we were always bargain shopping, we're trying to at least in the bargain bin, we're buying we're buying name brand products.
Patchwork, trying to make things work, where now it's like you guys are talking about, Color's been talking about too. It's like, if you're not good enough, you're just not going to make it. Like, we got choices. Like, there's choices on trying out for our team this year, you know? And yeah, I really like the Mostert signing, but yeah, if he's going to be hurt.
They might, like Elise said,
Sony
they might just put him on the PUP.
Like, he wasn't too good at the Rams, but man, you watch him at Georgia, and then when New England actually used him, he would always do really good.
Yeah, he did. He didn't do bad at all. That's for certain, man.
The Rams, he wasn't so awesome, but
I can remember him being effective though at times. You know what I'm saying? It's not like I saw him. I don't think we have any disillusion of what.
Yeah, and I have a feeling Belichick drafted him for his intelligence more than anything, because if you look at who he's gone to since New England, the Rams, and now here, he's following good, intelligent coaches. That's kind of,
it's a smart way to look
good,
at
intelligent coaches seem to want to grab him.
And he was Georgia, like, man.
That's a smart observation, Color. I like that. All right, Moss, we'll see you later, brother.
Take care, guys. It's been great as always. Thanks,
later,
guys.
brother. Crypto.
Yeah, man. What a night.
I know, right? We went all the way around.
Yeah, I had a wild night tonight. The last 4 hours, well, prior to coming on your show, was pretty eventful for me, but it's been interesting.
Eventful. Wow. Is this stuff in the back eventful, or is this eventful?
I think he's polishing off a bottle of champagne, to be honest with you.
Oh, Crypto getting eventfully turned up.
I would like 5%. Something about that 5% just rings champagne to me for Crypto.
Oh, I don't know.
Yeah,
that's a lot. Like 5% for that large of a cap is pretty substantial.
Yeah, it is. It is. It is. That's a huge number.
I mean, the stock market is at what, just over 20, or is it up over 30 now, Crypto?
30.
30, but even back in the day when it was at like 19, if that thing moved 5% in one day, especially down, you'd have a run on the bank. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
5% is a lot for when you're talking about a market cap that high.
That high, yeah. $1 trillion, nearly $1 trillion market cap. That's huge. That's a lot of money. A lot of money exchanging hands in there.
Put it this way, the stock market crash back in the 20s was less than a 5% drop.
Yeah. Right. It was probably like what, a 2%? They had the circuit. Well, I guess they didn't have circuit breakers.
Well, that's
back
what
then.
started the paranoia and the run. You know what I mean?
Right. Anything above a 2% move, you had to run for the hills. Because, like you said, because the number was so low, you're like, man.
Should we buy gold now, Crypto?
Buy gold. The digital gold is Bitcoin. But if you want to hoard around and have your own personal armed guards and security, have at it.
What if I just liquidate the gold into fancy jewelry and buy a gun?
I suppose that can work, but
at least it's an American option. It's an option.
I forget
about. It's option.
I should know this, being a chemistry major. I should know the melting point of gold, but I don't at this moment. But I'm sure if you could get it melted quick enough and reforged, then you might could do something with it.
All right. Okay. Something to think in the options. This is what we need in America. Options.
Right.
Might not be always the best, but it's not a bad one.
Hey, you know how you remember what the periodic symbol is for gold, right?
Yeah.
Hey, you, give me back my gold.
Give me back it. like with silver. AG, man, give me my GU. AG, man. Yeah.
Well,
we're gonna round it all up in like the pharaoh in Egypt, like his gold.
Yeah, and I'm gonna bury it with me.
Right.
Crypto's gonna roll into the stadium with a big gold mask on, like a pharaoh.
Like the pharaoh,
Trip
exactly.
me out, bro. If some people are like carrying you, like they're on like that bed with the thingy and they're carrying you.
Little palms that they're fanning him with,
With the palm, right? He's fanning me with the palms. Yeah, I know.
And he's got a big plate of cabbage palm right in front of him.
Yeah. And a big old vase of whatever, the alcohol, that whatever it is that they done squeezed and fermented or whatever it was.
And he's got a tree chicken in his right hand. And he just bites off its head.
Jesus, man.
Man.
They
I don't
do.
know about
to be king.
Florida is known to make some shine and some brandy around this month. So,
okay.
yeah,
The brandy would work.
local Florida style brandy too.
Egyptians make pretty strong whiskey. I heard they got some nice strong.
Well, they do grow a lot of corn down them parts.
Yeah,
that was the Roman breadbasket.
Yeah. I heard about that Egyptian whiskey. Mike can get some.
Chef Jew wanting some too.
Oh, shampoo. He wants some. He wants some
here.
of that.
Yeah, he said same here.
Egyptian whiskey.
I guess so.
I just don't know. With a name like Chef Jew, I just want to try this man's pot roast. You know what I mean? Like,
oh, bro.
Yeah.
You know it's in there, dog. You know it's in there.
Some turnover noodles or something.
Right.
Sprinkle with some oregano.
All right, on the turnover noodles. We'll see you guys tomorrow, man. We'll check you guys out later, y'all.
Later.